the people in the party that have experienced the dream with Kusai essentially would know, like, the reasons for why they're doing what they're doing. But they need to convince the entire Adventurers Guild to turn on the Monarch. And, like, it may not be that hard because he kicked him out of the tree, but, like, saying, okay, we're going to turn on him, and being like, yeah, we don't like the Monarch, and being like, we're going to go assault the tree and try and kill this fucker, are two completely different things. So, maybe using the Cactuar as a means to influence the rest of the Adventurers Guild into coming onto Fafnir's side and going against the Monarch. Maybe that's a good route to take. At a writer's block, I can just be like, throw me ideas! A kingdom discover mysterious artifact, unleash ancient evil. Alright, a Pandora's box story. Let's go. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Political thing, and it's like keeping the interests of, it's like they're there to represent the interests of the Adventurers Guild, whereas Husai is there just to report about the Adventurers Guild. But yeah, so the tradition is inclusion. It's like karaoke, but random. So what the audience can do is they can point at an actor, and the actor in the play can point back at the person. And if this occurs, then the person in the audience replaces the person who's acting for like a short amount of the play. And that's determined upon the audience, because the audience can either boo them out and bring in the other actor, or they can cheer them on and keep them going. And this is kind of like how acting school is in a passive way, that it kind of just influences people in the community to be a part of these plays. You know, they're still trying to make a space elevator. I feel they're trying it backwards. I think we need to build a ring around the Earth and build the elevators downward through the planet's atmosphere, then only go down to a level at which small jets can reach, and have airports in the sky to transfer out of the atmosphere. Yes! I've never heard anyone say that. That's my idea. You fucking stole my idea, you bastard. How dare you? But the central idea of what the internet was it was for voting. Making sure that your voice was heard by everyone. And I think that plays off of the intentions of the people that had the knowledge of the technology at the time. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Is monarchy better? Nothing's better, 13.
Yes.
The true reality is, I think, once AI gets to a certain point, give it 5 years, you could establish a system where someone would literally have to write an essay as their vote. And if you can't do that, you can't vote. And if you can't write an essay and you're 21 plus, I don't want you as a part of fucking society making decisions, because you're obviously fucking retarded.
The monarch owns the capital value of their country, and as such, they're incentivized to do the long-term planning stuff.
But I was gonna say is the number one thing for, like, democracy is the fact that, like you said, they don't have a sustained, fully invested capital of the nation, as well as for a monarchy. If it is a continued bloodline, they're thinking possibly hundreds of years down the line.
Hopper argued that the that old systems of democracy, where only the aristocrats could vote,
let's say the most wealth of the country, so they have the incentive to steer the country in a more prosperous way, and as long as they are slightly adhering to the culture of the people and the ideals of the people, then, you know, maybe if the people have an ability to vote on a local level, like, you know, your local city hall kind of thing, but on a grand
Also,
scale,
yes.
like state-wise and federal-wise, essentially, would be purely the rich and wealthy who had the prospects of the country on a larger scale than, let's say, 5 years. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! You'd think I'd learned by now. Nope! That's not possible. So Husai's human. There are no humans. Husai's the product of a several thousand-year-long genetic experiment by the good partition of the Viceroy's brain. Through small manipulations in Gaia, he was able to construct a life form. This brain could handle the pressure of Gaia's influence without eviscerating it. Husai's reason for existence is hidden. He has a desire to learn who he is. His facilitation of Gaia's influence leads to the discovery of the Warriors of Light and the dark side of the Monarch, writing and entertainment skills and people skills, essentially, in order to facilitate the rise of Husai after Zaid's death. Okay, and in this scene with this character, he tries to steal a woman's purse, but there's too many people and he can't get them to, like, move. He's, like, having a conversation with them. That's the worst part, Levi, is that we're pretty much a farming community. Like, the only thing around here is farming. But you know what? The only farming around here is canola oil. There isn't really, like 80% of the fields around here.
Ain't over yet.
80% of the fields around here are canola oil. Because I guess, yeah, I'd never think about actually, vehicle being a spaceship from a fictional world. I guess actually one thing I should be doing, because, like, there are things that I need to start making habit of. And the one that I've been doing most recently is when I'm reading a story that I'm going to turn into a short story on the Short Stories YouTube channel, then I will turn off my local recording and start recording
Yo,
again.
how's
and
it going,
as a separate
Callie?
video, so it's easy to pick out, so I don't have to go through and double edit everything. Pissing is the least of my talents. You ought to see me shit.
Hell
But
yes,
again,
do it.
As always, guys, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for watching. We had a blast today. We actually wrote a story. Fuck yeah! So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck
I believe in UXD.
Not algae, coral that grow at the bottom of the ocean, and it's like infused with Gaia's shell, the ocean, and the octopi use that as like their main like metal. It's basically like diamond, probably harder than diamond. Like each thread is like dictated to a different story, but it's like no, literally, if you know how they use the fabric, how they weave the fabric, how thick the fabric is, the knots, that is literally a story in words. I mean, I wasn't expecting to see, like, this large of a result within just, like, a 2 to 3 hour period. Bills in life, no extra money for luxuries. That's how I was. I have seizures, so I have epilepsy. Not triggered by visions, like sight or anything. It's sleep deprivation / like body overheating kind of issue from night sweats. That's kind of like the idea of like the Seth material in Seth, where it's like each one of them is like
I made
a
the
higher
mistake.
being or
I
higher
wanted to stream on another
consciousness
channel and A1
that's
under this
basically
name,
come
so I
to
changed
Earth
my
to
name,
tell
but
a
it was still
message.
taken even a year later, so I lost
And
my
the
name, had
message
to add
is just
5077.
said in a different way to different kinds of people, right? I am editing. And I'm wondering, there needs to be like a smell of something. So, I missed the setup because of work call. Yeah, no worries. So, we're trying to see how well we followed the outline. But anyways, quote of the day. No one fears a dwarf. Remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to?
I like Caligo Wee Wee XD.
Fuck you. Like, he's such good friends with that specific village and the chief of that village.
True.
Which is huge to the story. But it's not something that is worth putting in the story. It's just something that's interesting that if you want to know about it, then it's there. But it's aside from the main story that we have to really keep in mind. Can't watch 14-year-olds anymore, not after last time. Jesus Christ, Aggie. The inauguration and like how fanatical and crazy the people got. That when the Beast War finally started, instead of going straight to Garuda and fortifying the Vanguard, company is the company that the U.S. military uses to shred their documents. And they're like, nah, this guy's cheaper. And then, my dad does an investigation into it, finds out that the guy that they picked is actually related somehow to the government. Talk's missing out on horse cum. No, I was gonna say before I left, I was wondering when he opened the store if he was gonna mention horse cum or not. We need dramatic effects, yes, but Tadfew, that's the inner monologue of the character. No, it's okay. It's like, your idea is completely fine. I'm just saying that, like, for this story, I don't see how it fits. What you have to do is you have to fit it in and change things to make it your story. The pass or fail condition is based on the outline, not based on how good the story is. But, I mean, sometimes their stories are better than mine. But just in a structured sense. I'm more of an abstract, poetic writer. Yes. High as fuck. All dwarfs may be bastards, yet not all bastards need be dwarfs. Thanks for sticking around, hanging out, guys. We had a good day today. We got the story done, and we played some Schedule 1. Yo, yo, yo! How's it going, guys? So we're back to Reacts today, boys! Thought this would lean in really well, because I wanted to kind of do a bit more like a deep dive into dialogue on Cryogen. And welcome, Sean! A deeper dive into dialogue on Cryogen as far as how people talk to Jervik. And I want it to be like an increase in status and class. So it's like, at the beginning, they're like, the slack whatever fucking trucker language. And then it's like he moves up to his new ship. And it's like, oh, now they're talking, professionally. And then it's like, oh, he gets invited to the stock place. And it's like fucking like the press, like fucking like high-end shit, good to go. And then, from there he just keeps going up. So like and I was thinking, so the reason that he goes to the trade stock is he gets a message from the Stargate company. Either that or he messages the Stargate company and he's like, yo guys, I'm a trucker, I'm a hauler, I've always been, backing you guys because I want to get out of the business. So I figured, making a business that replaces the business is the best way to go about it. And they get back to him and they're like, hey, you want to do a promote with us? And then he goes to the central hub. And the reason for the central hub is kind of like a trades show idea, right? Like it's for like networking and like putting up displays and basically like if you're a high-end businessman looking to get like a company like contract kind of thing, like this is where you go for like the big of the big, right? So he's basically gonna like promote this, get a bunch of truckers together, and they're gonna be like the first people that send Stargates out. Because they need people to haul the Stargates to their like the station locations, right? So he's gonna be like on top of that shit in the beginning because he's still one of the main investors. But yeah, I thought we would go deep into that and do like class where is it? Class, wealth, and power. Why did it not? Okay, there we go. I don't think there's anything else. I think we can just get right into it, guys. I'm gonna take a toke. But yeah. And just let me know if the music's too loud. GPB222! Hell yeah, bro! Welcome, welcome. How's it going, good sir? Yeah, let me know if the music's too loud. Or if you like the saxophone better. I figured yesterday we had sax, today will be violin. I'll take 2 guesses, Callie. Yes, acts and violence was simulated violence too. It was great. Yeah. First guess is like a physical feature you're growing, like a beard. So you're growing a beard. Second is weed, because I was just smoking. So you're either growing weed or you're growing a beard. Those are my 2 guesses. Other than that, I got nothing. All we're saying is give peas a chance. Remember, everyone remember, free hat. Free hat. Oh, shit. No, I want to talk about this fucking hilarious thing, because, oh my god, I saw this, and I wonder if it's on... Is it up here? There's the Dr. Lupo thing. I don't know if you heard about like the Dr. Lupo thing with cheating in a $100,000 chess tournament. That was kind of fucked up. But I don't see it on here. So let's just go to. It was somewhere near the beginning. It's like super fucked up.
No.
No.
There'll be women.
No.
Absolutely beat a gorilla.
Okay.
No, it's
Yeah, well,
earlier
this is
than this.
too.
Earlier than
I'll
this.
enjoy myself and not stress myself out at all. And yeah,
Where
and also here's
the
so because
fuck? Maybe it was later.
Okay.
it may be trending. Anyway.
Oh yeah, here it is.
So basically, this is what
Yeah,
happened.
here.
And I'll go back and I'll refresh it. How fast is this refresh? Okay, so in the time that I've talked about this, it's already raised hundreds of dollars. How much was it? It was 34. So it's already raised $300 in the like 3 minutes that I've been talking about this. And so we actually have, gentlemen, competitive racism. And so also keep in mind this, the Carmelo Anthony thing started, when did it begin? I'm trying to remember when it began. And there's also, and now you can see people that are donating to Carmelo's fund as like a response to this, which is like really fucking stupid. And anyway, drop the link. Well, you can just look it up yourself. But racism speedrun, well, I think they're both at the finish line, to be fair. But anyway,
So
let's read some of the
fucking
comments
good.
that people have made, okay?
So good.
Balrog is a Street Fighter character? That's Blanca, I'm pretty sure. We shall have our home. God bless you. Just a small symbolic gesture of solidarity from Germany.
True. It is what it is, right?
How about that? Wow. Oh boy. Okay. So let's take a look at some more. And I think we forgot about all the money. Yeah, see, this is again, bro. Look, yep. There it is. Another racist donation. And unless the world is really against racial slurs, I don't want to hear anyone crying. Secure your child's future.
Yup.
As I said, I may not
1488,
be a PhD,
baby.
like low tier God is, but I at least have a master's degree.
Oh my god.
You know.
There's probably a
Everybody knows.
reason he didn't make this into a YouTube video.
Yeah. How is this one racist? Oh, okay. Actually, I should just say. So basically, there's the 14. So you know the words, the 1488 thing. The reason why 14 is like there's a 14 word, like kind of, I guess like I don't know. A mission
It's like
statement,
I would type it out, but I
right?
wouldn't type it out on this
And
PC.
it's like the end of it is to.
I do it on the
secure
other
the
PC
future
or like
of,
my phone or something like that,
white
but I wouldn't do it
children,
on this
right?
PC.
It's their slogan,
That's the
their
last thing I need in my
manifesto.
fucking search
And so
bar.
This is part of that manifesto or that slogan, but it's just abbreviated. That's it. It's like Adolf letters? No, Adolf letters is 88 because H is the 8th
HH.
letter in the alphabet. And that's why the 88 is there. It's HH for Hail Hitler, right? The more you know. Oh no, I know a lot. I know a lot about this, guys. I know way more than you think that I know. Okay, it's dumb as fuck.
It's
I
really
spent a long
interesting
time on the
history.
internet. I've
It's
learned a
like
whole
it's
lot.
like
Damn, I
the
didn't know
entire
that.
race
Oh, yeah,
culture
I know
war and
that.
everything
I
is
mean,
fucking
oh,
phenomenal.
we could go.
It's like that's what I want to
Comments? Yeah,
integrate
yeah.
into my book
Doctrinations,
between the
the dark
avians and the
arts.
insectoids and the
Yes,
octopi.
I understand the dark arts quite well.
And it's like just
anyway,
really like
they're
fucking
tribal,
literal
so
dog
they are
whistling in the
tribal,
fucking
so
book.
we must be. There it is again. And so I lost my wife to a black. Yep, there it is again. I'm Olivia, 19-year-old. I've been sexually harassed by Somalian migrants as well. And we are tired. This is it. White guilt is dead. And look at this. This is all within 2 minutes. That's what's so crazy about this. In 2 minutes, you have all these people donating. And so anyway, let's go back. We'll refresh it again.
But yeah,
So it's already
basically it's like this massive, because anyone can do anything. Like there's no law against you can put up a donation for anything. Like, you know, ask for money for anything. People are just mad that people are actually donating, especially to Carmelo Anthony. Like, it's such a clear-cut, fucking ridiculous, straight-up case of fucking murder. There is no race involved in it at all. It is just a crazy kid who happens to be black. Whereas this other shit is just like literally some TikTok fucking Hawk Tua bullshit. It's like, what the fuck? But I was like, that's hilarious how like people are, you want to know what people's true beliefs are? See where they put their money. And I think we've seen where people want to put their fucking money. And it's fucking crazy. But I think it's conspiracy theory. I think it's a fucking psyop. Just like I think all of the fucking like PETA, like the like activist thing with like throwing like paint on stuff and shit like that. I think that's all a fucking psyop. That they're fucking hired actors to make those groups of people look absolutely fucking retarded. Especially when you bring, like, celebrities into the mix. And, you know, like, people that glue their fucking hand to the road or some shit like that. Or people that, like, block the road and stuff like that. It's like, at what point in time do you have to... I put my money into exercise and books. Don't tell me the marketer... Don't tell the marketers I might get targeted ads. True, Callie. Oh my god. I think... Well... I'm one of those people where it's like, advertisers are glad that I use AdBlock because no matter what, I will never buy their product. Because I don't fucking buy anything. And you could say the Henson razor was an ad, but I knew about it beforehand. I've known about it for a long time, even before people were taking sponsors for it. I just have seen it around so much, and it's been doing really, really well, that I was like, hey, I'll try it. And boom. I love it. And now I have like a 2.5 years, 3 years worth of... Like, I have 109 razors. That's basically like 109 months worth of razors. Because I shave like once a month for like the fucking makeup streams. So that's one razor a month, and that's 10 cents. And then the handle itself was like $90. That thing is so worth fucking having. And you can get a lifetime supply of blades for like 40
Wow,
bucks or
24
something.
minutes to get 1 second into the video.
Yeah, Levi, we were talking about basically there is a woman who called a child the N-word, and she got harassed, and it blew up, so they put out, and they were getting like death threats and shit, so they put up like a GoFundMe basically. And in the last day and a half, it gained like $350,000. And Asmund was comparing it to the Carmelo Anthony GoFundMe, and like bringing up comments and comparing it. I've been seeing that. She's made hella bread. Yeah, it's crazy. but we're also talking about, like, if you want to know people's true opinions, look where they put their money. Look where they donate their money. Look where they spend their money. And in this case, it's like a complete 180 where it's like people are like, holy shit, now we have a chance to donate to, you know, this cause instead, and like basically counter out the fucking people donating to Carmelo Anthony. Which again, I think is fucking retarded, but that's what people think, because people are fucking stupid. Invasive ads make me certain I won't buy a product. Especially redirect ads that take you away from the site you're intended to be on without clicking on it. Such as like McAfee antivirus virus. Never heard of that. But yeah, I don't, like, half the time I don't even use my phone because I don't have an ad block on YouTube. Second I see an ad, I just fucking throw my phone away. Someone made an N-word tower with $2,000 donations. I believe it. I fucking believe it, bro. People are fucking wilding the hell out. It is fucking crazy. Oh, but yeah, so relating to Cryogen for this, we want to go back, and in the editing we're going to do more conversational things in dialogue to show like how people respect and talk to Jervik. And, you know, at the beginning it'll be like Slack trucker language, and then, you know, it'll slowly get more and more polite until it's like, you know, he's literally a big fucking business head honcho, like CEO of a fucking company that, you know, has thousands of ships and ships everywhere, has really good like reputation and shit like that. And he's gonna either send a message, or a message is gonna be sent to him from the Stargate company, and he's gonna basically go to the Central Trading Hub, which is gonna be like a trade show expo kind of idea for like all of humanity, where it's like if you're the bigwig and you want to get like a company to do something for you, then it's like this is where you go and you set up shop. And he's basically setting up shop to advertise Stargate technology, because people are like adverse to it because of like all of the, you know, accidents and stuff like that. And like he compared it to like nuclear technology with like Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island and Fukushima and shit like that, you know. And then how it relates to, of course, the book itself, right? And class, wealth, and power, because we don't really have wealth that much with whatchamacallit. Like we don't even have a currency system. Like the only currency system we know that was originally had was the barter system that the Beastmen originally had, that they would just like trade like work and stuff like that. Like someone needed something, you'd just kind of, you know, community shit. Posted chapter 2 of the new old story. Already 15 views on that and 40 on chapter 1. Nice, Sean. Actually, so I was going through my videos and I found this and I thought it was fucking hilarious. So like 2 views, no views, 2 views, no views, no views, 8 views, 1 view, no views, 30 views, 20 views, 194 views. I don't know what the fuck the algorithm ate for this one, but apparently people liked this. That is the highest view count I've ever gotten on a video. That's insane. And it's just a random Let's Play part 6. Is because of the fucking, it's because of the fucking thumbnail. That is so bait. I love it. So I know it works. And no views, yeah, like no views, like 13 views on part 5, like. But yeah, the D&D Grok got like a couple of views too. I still got to put up the second and third one for that. But it is what it is. I just thought that was funny. I was like, of all the things, it's just so random. You're in primed timing for Schedule 1, I think. Maybe, I don't know, but I uploaded them all at the same time, which was kind of weird, why one of them would stick out. But anyways, so we kind of have a class system, but we don't really have a power structure like a government or like a police system or anything like that. Like, we have a guard system, but we don't really have anything like that solidified yet. So,
Comrades,
let's
rise
get
up.
into it.
For today, not only shall we throw off our chains, those chains of our oppressors, but today, we're talking about world-building class structures in your fictional society. But class is a nebulous term, isn't it? What does it really mean? Sociologist Max Weber said that what we're really talking about here is the relationship between three things: wealth, power, and status. What he called the three-component theory of stratification. Now, these three things do correlate and do cause one another. People with power tend to have status, and people with wealth tend to have power. But just because class structures aren't great doesn't mean that they can have no logic to them. Divergent. Damn it, I promised myself I'd resist. Point being, having an upper class in an Earth-like society with all the wealth, but none of the power, and none of the status, is probably unrealistic world building. So when thinking about creating your fictional class structure, figuring out how wealth, power, and status relate is a great foundation. I am so excited because today we're going to be discussing all of these fascinating things. Timestamps are to the side, and of course, thank you to Patreon.
Alright, let's put down some notes for this. Alright, let's see how we do.
Patrons who make this sort of educational content, which is a little bit more niche, possible, and sustainable. Thank you so much. If you want to join the Discord, which is full of writers and word builders, links are down below. Hope to see you there. Let's just jump into it. Part 1. Wealth, power, and status. In other words, whatever YouTubers don't have in society usually. Though they do tend to correlate, this doesn't mean that these three things always come together. Old noble classes these days in the UK or Japan.
Well, I think it's going to be important to see the extent to which the powerful seek to eradicate the class identity of the less powerful. Would that fall into the category, Levi, of the Viceroy's concubine? The chick who's pushing him to basically, like over the last, forever, 20 years or so, to push an agenda to bring the Beastmen to the same level as, insectoids and avians, basically. And bring them into the fold of society, as opposed to keeping them at an arm's reach. Because in this way, she is seeking to have, more power than the Viceroy himself by being the one who, establishes this idea. But it completely backfires against her, because absolutely no one wants anything to do with it, to the point where even the monarch is kind of like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? You're supposed to pay attention to the people. And the people don't want this shit. Because the class identity of the Beastmen is basically, animals. Hard to tell exactly. It seems like that would give the citizens more class identity rather than diminishing it. Well, it's changing the class identity and removing the base class identity. And the idea is, if the base class identity is Beastmen, and above that is Insectoids and Avians, if you move Beastmen up to Insectoids and Avians, then Beastmen, Insectoids, and Avians are all now the lowest class. And now Octopi are above all of them. And they can't look down on anyone because they're all in the same class. Zelda, Echoes of Wisdom, has done what needed to be done for ages. Zelda is the main character, while Link has to be rescued. But why, Sean? Why does Zelda have to be... Like, it had better be a... I mean, I guess it is kind of a puzzle game, but it's still like... Why? Why change the main hero? I don't understand that shit. Just make a new series with a female heroine. That's my thought on it. Or, like, prep it up and have a game where there's both of them. And it's, like, Link teaching Zelda. Because it's, like... Isn't the idea that Link's, like, special? So wouldn't making Zelda the main character kind of diminish Link as a, like, special chosen one type character? And I just don't think they put enough thought into this shit. But I could be wrong. The intent could be there to nebulize the cultural identity of the citizens, but it creates an identity of the citizenry as a people separate from their ruler. Yeah, and everyone considers the octopi above because the octopi are the only species that have the capability of asserting the highest levels of government and rule, such as the presidency, the vice president, the viceroy, the monarch, and every head of state of the government is all octopi. Only the, like, adjacent, like, governmental branches, like the Crafting Guild, the Adventurers Guild, like the Playwrights Guild or something, because I was thinking there has to be something to do with, like the entertainment aspect, right? Like, there has to be an entire governmental body to oversee, like, the bureaucracy of, like, monetization and stuff like that at this point. Because it's the Legend of Zelda, not the Legend of Link. Link keeps reincarnating as the hero, and Zelda keeps getting reincarnated as the princess to be captured and need rescuing. So letting Zelda do the rescuing is a nice change, while the puzzles and actions remain the same. I mean, that is kind of fair, Sean. I've always wondered, but it's like... Yeah, I guess so. I'm just like, it just diminishes Link as a character, I think. But that's just my opinion. But I'm not exactly deep into the lore of Zelda.
Japan may have status and wealth, but not a huge amount of power anymore.
Oh, what I was going to say is, like, the monarch and the viceroy, they have power and status, but they don't have wealth. Because, like, they just... Like, it's... Their wealth is, like, the tree, the community. So they don't consider it their wealth. It's the public's, right? So whatever the public wants to do with it, basically like taxes. But they don't consider it their own personal wealth. So they have the status and power without the wealth. Whereas the, like, the concubines usually have wealth, status, and power. Because they come from extremely rich families that can afford to promote them and, you know, be in politics in general. They're finely bred because they're, you know, it isn't said, but it's basically like a basic standard, you know. And just like in normal life, like, how you look is actually, like, important. No matter what anyone says, more attractive people will get more votes overall, you know. Power is wealth under a different contextual framework. Yes. But I'm specifically talking wealth here as in ownership and bank value. And they don't own anything. And the bank is the public's. Whereas the concubines have their own family vaults plus their own vaults, right? And then, each head of state, usually they have the status and the wealth, but they don't have the power. And then everything kind of under there is like, it either has a status that goes with wealth or a power that goes with status. But there aren't that many people that have wealth, power, and status. At least that's like what I'm thinking, right? And then you look at like the Adventurers Guild with like the leaders of each of the individual guilds. Like they all have status as the leaders of their guilds, but they don't really have power. They're more there for a necessity of bureaucracy. They don't own anything per se, but have authority to exert control over the possessions of others, which makes them a sort of second owner. True, Levi. And in this case, in the point in the story, the Viceroy is kind of a rogue element. Actually, both Viceroys are. Like, the ex-Viceroy that stepped down, who's the father of the current Viceroy, who just got inaugurated. But they're both going against the Monarch. Because he wants to do what the people want to do, and the people obviously don't want anything to do with Beastmen. So we keep the Beastmen out of the city. That's why the Beastmen aren't in the tree, because the people don't want them to be in. It's as simple as fucking that. If you can change the people's mind inside the tree, and then, over time, like, accept it, yes, then we can change everything. But for now, it's like, no.
Well, at least relative to what they used to have. If Scott Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby explores how, though Gatsby acquires immense material wealth, he is never quite able to attain the same status as those born into money because that comes from your lineage. In William Nicholson's The Windsinger, power comes from academic achievement in their rigorously meritocratic society, but being a member of the upper class does not guarantee wealth, just an intellectual job. This is because status, wealth, and power do not necessarily come from the same place. What does your society culturally value, defining status?
Entertainment.
Materially value,
which is
defining wealth,
monetary.
and how do people exert political power? Answering these questions will characterize your characters from each class, what they wear, eat, their mannerisms, their job. It'll tell you what types of people are in each class, and we'll get more into this in our part on class culture. Historically, class structure has been predominantly organized by wealth or the job you have. Interestingly enough, this could be intensified in fantasy or alien societies like the Protoss in StarCraft, where some individuals are born for a certain job in a way that humans just aren't. Edward, says here that you would like to be a masseuse. Yeah, not sure about that. You might be best to stick to that hairdresser class, yeah? Yeah? Just saying, this isn't a mark against you, but your class isn't really made for it with, the whole snip snip. But your society could be different. It could be predominantly organized by status or by power instead. Ian M. Banks' The Culture series is based in a post-scarcity world where the economy is fully automated. Class is thus defined by status, how much people like you. While you normally expect farmers to be the lowest class in any
That's
sort
why
of
the
system,
barbarian
during
kingdoms
the
have a warrior king, but the dignified empire has a refined and eloquent old man.
I mean, fair enough, right? I could definitely see it. And it's like, with the way that adventurers are seen through most of the common people in the tree, it's a neutral stance, right? Like, they just want to get through their daily lives of just entertainment and mundaneness, whereas the adventurers are like, I need a thrill-seeking, death-defying experience to make me feel alive and real, right? And that's for like traditions. I'm thinking about like how the like culture of each class sits on top of the other like hierarchy basically. Like, if you're... I don't know if it's, like, hobby-driven? I had to think about that. Because it could definitely be hobby-driven. Depending upon, like, you know, your status in the tree is, like a helpfulness kind of gauge, right? Like I was saying, like people kind of, like... When there's not enough work and like whatever needs to be done, there's not enough people to do it, then the price you get paid for that work increases. And this kind of goes in like a union setting where people can artificially manipulate what the value of a certain job is, right? So you can get together and say, all right, no one show up tomorrow and they'll pay us more the day after. But it's like, if you do the math out, you're actually losing, right? And it's like you
How
can
does the
leave...
absence of material poverty affect class perception?
Intelligence, Levi. It's all about intelligence. So the main factor for the reason why it's split as octopi, avian, insectoid is because the upper end of intelligence is higher in those rankings. So, like, octopi are like 150, avians are like 130, and insectoids are like 110. So, on average, there are less, like, let's say if, like, having over 90 IQ is like a class set bar. It's like 90, 110, and 130 would be like your main set class bars for, like, intelligence. Because this is like a society basically run off of entertainment, right? So it's like the more creative, the more like personable, the more almost risk-takey you are, the, like, more you thrive in that kind of environment, right? Because you're always trying to, like, push the boundaries of what the current norm is. So it's like, you're people that go and see your average gladiator play versus the people that go and see like a play that's like enacting something like the inauguration.
Are there anti-idiot prejudices to compensate for the lack of anti-poor ones?
Yes, Levi, that's exactly where the hatred of the Beastmen comes from, because the Beastmen are like children. So their IQ highest is like 90, if that. But it's more of just the fact their brains can't truly comprehend, like, complex ideas. If everyone has the same physical wealth, then opinion matters most. If you become a famous hero, you'll have status. If you become a famous artist of any type, you'd have status, while those who just exist and entertain themselves would have neither power nor status. Exactly, Sean. Exactly. So it's like most of the people in the tree don't want they don't want more dumb people in the tree. And that if they bring the Beastmen in, it'd just be more dumb people in the tree. And it's like, oh, then I have to go to more of these. Then people would just want to put on more of these gladiator players instead of, like, the inauguration, like, you know, like murder mystery kind of thing. That's, like, more intellectual, more high end. It's not just like a sword fight and, you know, a hero. It's got depth to it. It's stuff that people can't follow, right? If they're not, like, basically, like, creative or intelligent enough, because it doesn't hit that spark in them, right? Doesn't allow it. They have no thought process to keep that going. But yeah, so intelligence is the main class split mechanic.
Japanese Edo period, they actually held a higher status than merchants, who were wealthier. This was because of a Neo-Confucianist philosophy that valued essential services like producing food over non-essential services. Huh. No idea why I'm pausing on this. No idea how it could be possibly relevant to our current geopolitical and sociological circumstances.
Oh shit! Oh shit, Sean! Okay, here we go. Woo! Okay, here we go. Fuck! Fuck! Why do I double down? God damn it.
Wealth than merchant.
Oh, I know. Oh shit, guys, here we go. What's it gonna be? Wait, it's a multi-raffle? Why did it turn into a multi-raffle? Damn, Levi won them all. God damn, Levi. You didn't even waste all of your points!
The more important point here is that when designing a class structure, a single stratification pyramid rarely fully encompasses the complexities of wealth, power, and status.
True.
The economy, culture, and politics of society are...
I'm hoarding them, waiting for that 1 billion doxing.
And because of that, they're always a little out of sync with one another. It takes time for them to influence one another. Consider how your economy, politics, or culture changing may mean that a class has less of one of these things than a supposedly lower class. Part 2. Social Mobility. The American Dream!
My luck is holding. 3 times I've gambled all and 3 times I've successfully lost all the points.
Yes, that's right. If you work hard, even you can die in a nicer coffin than a poor person. Social mobility is how you acquire or lose wealth, status, or power, both together or separately, to move through the classes. The Song Dynasty is a rare example.
Waiting for an event where I can spend them to cause funny things to happen, like a game has Twitch integration. I mean, fair enough, right? We're just fucking around because I can do this. Damn, Levi, that's a lot of fucking points.
Example in history of relative ease with which people could ascend the...
So the scales. The scales to climb. So we have intelligence is set. You can't move from that. Job, i.e., career. This is intelligence-based, but it's like, example, someone who's a salesman becomes a crafter, or someone who is an let's say spotted to be talented actor by crowd, tradition. Intelligence has some elasticity, but with living conditions so good, everyone will be living pretty close to their peak. Exactly. So it's like, still says I have 33.1k channel points, which is different from the crystal shards. Yeah, there's like the ones that Twitch has, and then there's the ones that Stream Elements has, then there's the ones that Botrix has. They're all different. I don't know how to integrate them all. It's kind of dumb. I don't even know how to like where to use like the base like channel points from Twitch. Like I don't know how to get add-ons to allow that to happen. I just don't know where those are. So you can up like your intelligence is set, right? But your job isn't. So you can move up in scale on the career due to your job. Yeah, those are the ones I really want to 0. I mean, if you can tell me, Sean, how to set up something, or like send me a video of a guide to set up something to use those points, I'll do it right now. So the other way is through the government. This again is career based. Non-occupied in political stations. This I have no knowledge of. So I said find a YouTube video. I tried to look, but I couldn't find one either. I'm like, there's so many videos of just the randomest shit, but I can't find one for like why the chat does that notification now. You'd think after like what, it's been like 3 weeks, maybe a month since this shit has happened? Maybe less actually? I don't know. Time all splits together. And then adventurer. You can become an adventurer and leave the tree. But you can also attach to this adventurer is you can come back. A veteran or abandoned or expelled. That's a way to go down the tier, right? Okay.
Classes through an imperial.
So I think we've got. I think we've got like a solid start here.
Exam. As Painty Ho writes, the second basic concept of Confucian philosophy is that the feudal order could not be salvaged unless it was based on the principle that the wise, able, and virtuous should rule. The competitive civil service examination system became a permanent channel for the recruitment of members of the ruling class. Though rare for middle or lower class people to ever get the opportunity in the first place, it still happened occasionally.
Yeah.
It was a lot easier for people to acquire...
Like someone who has a great grand idea or something like that can change something. Like the guys who came up with the idea of the Adventurers Guild and leaving the tree. Because they created an entirely new aspect of life because of that. Same with like the first playwrights and the first dancers and the first songwriters and stuff like that. Like all of the entertainment district ideas, all the grand origins of that were most of them just the common folk being recognized. It had nothing to do with them having any kind of lineage. Because in all, no matter where you are in the tree, no one has a special lineage other than the monarch and the viceroy. And their initial heirs never, secondary heirs never mate. So after like 2 generations, they don't have any more of that bloodline. So are you going into the trigger file when you set up commands? I assume that's the case. Wait, trigger file? This is what I do when I'm setting up commands. But you mean like on Twitch. So like where would that like channel? Power-ups and channel points. Customize display. Oh shit! So you allow Twitch to trigger files where you set up commands for Twitch channel points. That's what the video I started watching said. But what's this? Channels with custom rewards have up to double the point redemption rate compared to channels without them. Create custom reward. Am I gonna get in trouble for this? Fuck. Okay, let's not do that. Let's just not do that. Let's just go a wellness check. And let's go here. Let's go well. Let's go here. Reward icon.
I am instituting a new class system where the people who have the most channel points are the elite.
I don't think it fits. I don't know how this is supposed to work.
Figure it out off stream mayhaps?
Nope, can't open that either. Yeah. I'm just gonna create it so you can do it and see what happens. So I don't know how you use it or what it's gonna do. Message effects? I don't know what any of this is. So, in which case, Talk adds 7 million points to himself and removes that class system. Redeemed. Jet could simply say, get your mind right, which you'd interpret as take a toke. True. So if I go here, it says I have infinite channel points. So how do I activate? There it is. Well, that was helpful. It didn't do anything. What's this? Oh, that's just subscriber chat. There's no capital. Oh, is that why? Did I put a capital? No, it doesn't matter for that. It's for this one it matters. It'll do something, you add functionality. I don't know. I didn't know I had to do it within Twitch itself, though. I mean, if you want to dump your points, at least it's there now.
Status and power through academic excellence, though wealth was still very difficult to acquire. What we're seeing is what I described, discrepancies in the classes of wealth, power, and status because society was changing and evolving, and they were being distributed differently to how they were before. Maybe instead of academic excellence in your fictional society...
Why didn't that work? But what? Well, you don't have enough points. I don't think you have enough points, Sean. I don't think I do either. Yeah, see, I don't have enough points either. No, I'm pretty sure if I do this... Now I do it? Whoops.
Do not drink
Yeah,
water.
you
Do
never
not
have
leave your
points.
seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
True. So your job, your intelligence, and your perception in society are your like 3 determining factors of like class mobility.
You might value great military feats, or maybe they've been long under a quarantine because of a worldwide plague, so they value bakers, like we do now, and will forever in the future. In a fantastical society, it's incredibly common for magic to grant one social mobility. The Last Airbender indicates that firebending allows even peasants to acquire power and status as they fulfill more specialized jobs, especially if they support the war effort in this very militarized society. See, the people don't get it. The Fire Nation was clearly progressive. Hashtag women can be war criminals too. If you are wanting to have a peasant be allowed to speak to lords and kings, which never happened, mind you, then magic is one way that writers do this. But economically, perhaps the most important factor is education. How much they get,
None.
and if different classes
None.
get different educations.
None.
Dorling writes in Class Segregation of how incredibly important
Education is kind of
class differences in the UK are almost 100 times higher.
There's no standardized education system. It's kind of like people are just taught like through an apprentice system, right? Someone knows how to do it, someone watches them, read a book. What the fuck? Raymond Dow! We were talking about you yesterday, bro. Wondering where you were at. Bro, welcome back. How's it going? What I searched on the tube was, how do you use Twitch main channel points? I'll have to look into that, Sean. But yeah, education is definitely 100% done in no standardized way and is done through apprenticeship. And that is also one of the main reasons for the idea of like the squirehood to the like journeyman to adventurer. Callie is brainstorming. Hell yeah, Callie, keep it up. Oh, you can do !T to see what your writing percentage is. Fun fact, in the U.S., education spending is basically no correlation with education outcomes. I could definitely see that, Levi. Damn. I mean, 74% is not too bad, Callie. Above average historical story. Now I'm trying to remember what the hell the other... Was it fantasy? No, we have genre, right? Okay, that one doesn't work. Dropped an idea into the think tank. A prince given cursed realm, demand ancient evil. Okay, what about sci-fi? Has dropped an idea into the think tank. Cyborg escapes derelict planet, threaten past warp lunar inspection. Ooh. That's insane. 12%, Raymond. I mean, it's not zero, right? It's not zero. You start off there, next thing you know, you're at 112. Harem? You know what we get for that? I'm bringing it out right now. I don't care. I'm bringing it out right now.
444 is now following. Thank you for following Mad Scientist 444.
We're bringing it out right now, guys.
Hi, sweetie. Hatred was just telling me he used to Arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What, why? Are you smoking?
If you see it, you see
When
it.
did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. It all makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
3-pack-a-day voice?
Should I drop that actual illiterate moment mystery? No, I don't have the other one set yet, Sean. I've only done... I have only done the other one.
Than race differences, as 24 times as 2,500%. The class segregation involved in access to higher education is huge.
I see either a brain, a tree, or... Okay, you want to know what it is? I'll show you what it is. Oh my god.
The technology
Sorry,
of the Industrial
guys.
Revolution may have created economic opportunity for a rising middle class by freeing up their time and allowing them to
Merchandise!
But it was the new education system that
It's
really
dots and colons!
widespread
I wanna see
education
what I
worked against
see.
the class divide
Say
by
what I
increasing literacy and
see.
numeracy rates and diversifying their job opportunities from... Oh hey, don't care. Yeah, we've got some job openings. You can go in factory number 1, no? Factory number 2, no? Oh, just for you, we've got a refining, yeah? Factory. Your pick. Suddenly, lower, middle, and upper class children were learning some
Wrong,
similar
folks,
skills.
get your mind right. How does... So the adventurer title in and among itself, and among, like, I don't know how I'm gonna do the class system of adventurers, like, you know, the standard, like, bronze, silver, gold, you know, like, that kind of thing. Whatever the scale, whether it's, like, F to S tier, or double S tier, or whatever it is, you know.
In and among itself.
It is in and among itself. It is true. We see well with our own eyes what it is. But within that class structure of adventurer, that your deeds as an adventurer are the only thing that matter. It's not necessarily how powerful you are. Like, you could have some guy, like, for instance, like Zayd, who's, like, just runs around and does, like, random tasks for people. Like, that's kind of his, like, marketing and networking thing for when he wants to be a grand adventurer, is he's gonna start off small, right? And, like, just within the community itself, then he's gonna work his way out, and he has this whole idea of, like, building on this entire thing. And there's, like, this will all come up in his notes and everything later for, like, his ideas of what he wanted to do and his grand design of everything, right? Yo, Muffin, I saw you just went live.
Genin
How's it
level
going?
tasks in Naruto.
Yeah, exactly. Like running around, grabbing, cats out of trees, doing deliveries for people, like just all around, like the shit that no one wants to do. And that's how you basically like build a reputation and build your merit structure, is like, and like your fame essentially is like doing menial tasks for people around the tree. And then you pass the exam, you're allowed to leave the tree, and then 90% of the time you fucking die. But, for the people that don't, and they actually survive as adventurers, then their deeds outside the tree, they can do the same thing. So you could have a really low-level adventurer who all he does is stays inside of Ifrit and just makes everyone's life in Ifrit great. And people love him, and he's a high-ranking adventurer, but he's not classed as, like, a combat adventurer, right? Like, for instance, like, Torg in the first chapter, he's not true. I don't know why I'm streaming. There's just nothing else to do. Cute Muffin, that is a great reason to stream. Right? Just stream. There's, like, what's the reason to, like, there's no reason to not stream, so you might as well just stream. And eventually, you either decide that you like it, or you decide that you don't. But at least you'll have the experience, and you'll know for sure whether you like it or not. Right? Just, like I always like to say, temper your expectations, right? Like, just try to do something that you would watch. Like, that's basically how I started. I was like, okay, well, what do I watch on YouTube? What do I watch streams for? And then I essentially tried to replace myself as what I'm watching, if you know what I mean. I'm like, oh, I like these things, like politics, story writing, sharing ideas, fucking around. I love doing this kind of shit. Stream and see if after some time you go, what the fuck, this fucking sucks, then stop. Yeah, my stream this morning was horrible, all 2.5 hours, 0 views, and I found something out that made half of my stream useless. That's okay, Muffin. You'll get used to it. My first, like, I streamed for, like, my first month on my old PC, and it was, like, lagging so bad, even playing Final Fantasy XI, that I just stopped until I got the Starforge PC. The main drawback of watching streaming is that you're in an audience. Yeah. Yeah. Callie has been told he has a good voice. Well, that's good, Callie. Hell yeah. People tell me my voice is annoying, and I totally understand. That's why sometimes you just gotta put a little bit of, difference in there. Make them get a little bit of not knowing what you're going to do next. It is a very good time. We do not know how far we can push it, but we pretty much do what we want. You sound like you sound like just some guy who talks. I mean, that's literally what I'm just some random fucking idiot I am literally some random retarded idiot on the fucking internet. That's all I am. And that's what I try to treat this as. It's just a room for retards on the internet. I don't think your voice is annoying. Draw, not drawback. Being in an interactive audience allows discussion and dissing. The fun is more intense than just watching. Yeah, and that's what it's, because, like I said, I'm a lurker. I don't engage in the audience at all. I watch the stream or I watch the YouTube because I enjoy the content itself, right? The chat enhances my experience if the streamer is using the chat in a means, like Asmon does. It's not his voice that is annoying, it's him that's annoying. See, Cute Muffin fucking understands. True, Cute Muffin. Kind of sound like Jay from Jay and Silent Bob. I've been told that before, Raymond Dow. I have been told that before. True. There's nothing quite like it. Wait, 37 dicks in a row? makes it a bit hard to do a good stream if there's no audience. That was my first 6 months, though. You see, the thing is, it's hard, right? But once you get the hang of it, if you can make a good stream with no audience, just producing content in some way, like not just sitting there playing a game. Well, like in Muffin's case, he can sit there and play a game because he's getting, like you're getting like top world records. Like, you're amazing at chess. Like, the actual content that you're doing is, like, what you're... Nice, Sean, let's do it. Let's do it. Woo-hoo-hoo! Woo, I feel it! I feel it, guys! Let's go! Oh, it had to cool down. I would have won. Now I'm gonna lose. Oh, we're going for 3! We're going for 3! We're going for 3! Oh my god, come on. Oh my god, here we go, guys. Are you ready? 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 Here we go, here we go, here we go. Yes! Fucking rush. That was a fucking rush, boys. Holy shit. Woo! Alright, I got lots of points now, guys. Okay. But yeah, so Adventurers Guild and how the Adventurers Guild dictates your things is not necessarily how powerful you are. It is more of a how much people like you. So you could have a character. This is what, like, one of the main points is you could have a character that's like Saitama, that is like over fucking powered as balls, but nobody knows about them. $36,000. All right, let's see. 49,000. Bitch gets slaughtered.
Lords and ladies were also learning to play horse polo and feint on demand. Educational opportunity, especially at primary and high school levels, closes the economic gap in a class system by making it easier to acquire wealth, status, and power. So, what skills are members of each class using?
67,000. That's almost max. Kelly got us both. Fucking destroyed us, bro. Wait, I just noticed something. There's no space between the question mark. Why didn't anyone say anything? There's no space between power level question mark and the person's name. I never noticed that before. Oh, I'm dumb. That's why. Here. So, there we go. In the stream chat, it doesn't look like there's no space. Okay, check it now. Yeah, see? Now there's a space between the question mark and my name. But it depends if your name, because this is what mine looks like. So before, it's like here. It's because of the length of the name. It got pushed off the chat. It's gone now. It's gone forever. But that's how I can tell. So if your name was short enough, it wouldn't show that. It wouldn't go to the next line down. Right? So, always good to have that.
Being taught, and how do these relate to acquiring those three things? But It's equally important to figure out which choices or attributes make social mobility harder. Historically, the most obvious ones are your sex, race, religion, those sort of things. The Umayyad Empire required
Definitely your
religious
race.
conversion if you were to acquire power in their society, and they levied taxes on those that didn't convert, making it harder to acquire wealth and run successful businesses. Ideas of racial hierarchy during the colonial period made it harder for some indigenous groups to attain status. Andrzej Sapkowski's Witcher series is an interesting example of magic actually making you less socially mobile. It lowers your status as people see you as this monstrous other, a cruel outsider. So, consider which things in your world, both choices your characters make and their inherent attributes, make acquiring status, power, and wealth easier, especially education, and which
Race command chooses a random fantasy race that you must be. For what purpose, Sean? Like, what do you mean race you must be? Like, that's just the race that you are now? So it'd just be like explanation point race, and it's like, oh, you're an insectoid. Oh man, I got troll. I mean, that's a good idea. I'm just gonna call it. Nah. Fuck it. I don't care. I don't care. I'm just doing it. Okay, where is a thing I can copy? Alright guys, are you ready? Are you ready for this? Supposed to cover your arse, it would be fantasy race. I just put it as race. I didn't give a fuck. I was like, should I do species? No, it's just race. Oh nice, I'm an avian! Fuck yeah. Oh shit, I forgot to put the actual text in. Okay, just let me make sure this is right. Wait, where the fuck? Oh no, did I not save it? Ah, fuck. God damn it. I'm an idiot. Let's hope I can get the wording down again. That was fucking perfect. I had the perfect sentence. Fuck. Wait, what? I'm so confused now. Okay, that's the old one. Why is it not showing that, though? Okay, there. It should work now. By the power of some mysterious world, intoxication has... God damn it. I can't even spell fucking right. Has. Of course I'm an octopi. I can't get away from tentacle monsters no matter what I do, guys. What were you before, Callie? Someone's gotta hit it. Everyone keep doing it until we hit the one. And when we find the one, you will know it is the one. Sean's a goblin. I ate the human fruit. Someone's gonna hit it. Someone's gonna hit it, okay? Come on, guys. Everyone do it. Someone's got to make the sacrifice for everyone else. Nice, you turned into a Moogle. Oh, wow, we got 2 Moogles! Moogle is a Final Fantasy race. What the fuck? We're all Moogles! The Insectons are in our way. No, they're our way in. Everyone's a Moogling. We're Moogling. Okay, again, everyone go. We still haven't hit it. What is this RNGesus? How do we keep hitting the same ones? You changed it to the same thing. How did I get Insectoid again? Man, this is ridiculous. This is it's a global cooldown of like 5 seconds. Try again now. We'll eventually hit it. I swear to God, guys, we'll hit it, and you guys will. It'll be magnificent. It'll be truly fucking magnificent. God damn it. Why can't it just work? True, Sean. I mean, the Kate Sith is close enough, if you know what I mean. But still. What the hell? Another Moogle? There's like 15 different things! Why is it all the same? What is this? Okay, well, there's the Kangaroo Man. But that's just one of them. That's not the main one. Oh my god. What is this RNG? I have the worst RNG possible. What the fuck? Come on. This time for sure, guys. This time for sure, someone will save us. I'm bouncing, because bouncing's what Kangas do best. We'll eventually hit it, guys. We have to eventually hit it. I didn't think it would take this long. I didn't think we would get this many duplicates. But this is pretty ridiculous. Okay, we've almost hit every single one of them. Come on. At this point, I'm just gonna add a Meeseeks in there. Turn into... I guess I'm very goblin-esque tonight. It's a compliment, Sean. Goblins are truly... Why do you hate me so? Well, I mean, I am what I am, right? You can't be one too long, but that's still not it. That's still not it. There's still one to go, guys. There's still the one to go that we haven't hit yet. That's the most important. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. The Catman calls. I'm a gobbler. Gobble these nuts! Alright, well, you're the Trona. I don't know why Kangaroo Man makes me think of the movie Warriors of Virtue. Oh my god, what is this? I can't believe this. Now we have to keep going until we get it. But the longer it goes, the less, like, impact it's gonna be when it finally happens. There we go. Finally. Finally. By the way, that's a cat girl. I think this is a good picture. Of course, it's not going to give me the picture. The Mithra. The Mithra Ranger. Now I got the tentacles. At least they're more useful than testes I had already. But yeah, that's your ultimate cat girl, guys.
Things make acquiring them harder. But
nobody hit a
concept of
Tonberry
social
though. We still
mobility
haven't hit
is
a Tonberry.
complicated by a certain type of class system. Let's talk about that. Part 3. Caste systems. These are slightly different to class systems in that while certain castes will still usually have more or less power, status, and wealth, which caste you are in is usually overtly determined by things
Now that bugs me. True, Sean. True.
you cannot control, where you were born, such as the Japanese Burakuman, or your family in the Indian caste system, which influences the jobs you can usually have. In Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archives, society is divided into people with light eyes and dark eyes. This means social mobility is incredibly difficult. You can change your eye color only through acquiring a magical item called Shard Plate, which is nearly impossible. Caste systems also sometimes have a class of moral untouchables, people who are entirely socially immobile, who are morally degenerate or to be cast out. They aren't suited, like we should have for people who...
It's not quite like that, but they are separated. It's the kind of idea of, like, PDA. So the people that are, like, super into, like, sex and shit like that, like, they have their own entire branch of the tree, basically, for, like, those kinds of people. Tonberry! There we go. You finally got it, Sean. I believe that's every single one of them. So it's, like, in a caste system, it's kind of, like, separated by, like, you have the audience that enjoys entertainment. You have the people that create the entertainment for that audience. You have the the people that are, how do you say this, like, not intelligent enough to move around in the system, right? They just don't understand it, because it's one of those things where the higher your intelligence, the easier it is to understand how to move through the system, right? It's like the hurdles along the way. You have to keep getting over those hurdles. And in this system, most of the people that have something akin to like intellectual property would have a higher like caste status, right? So like for event like now, not before, but now the people that catalog things and write things down is kind of a big thing too. And it's kind of like, again, it's like school isn't, and like education, sorry, isn't like a all-around centralized thing. It's just, oh, if you want to learn how to write, go find somebody who writes and they'll teach you how to write if you want to know how to read, right? It's kind of like that, where it's like everyone just kind of helps everyone out because there's no real need. It's just, well, what do you want to do, right? And there's enough people that it's not too much of a problem to try and find someone who will help you with something. You have multiple apprentices at the same time. You can even have like subsidiaries for the government for people, and have like an entire thing like that where it is kind of an educational system, but it's provided by the government, but it's not oversighted by the government, right? It just facilitates the need of, as opposed to overseeing the structure. Smoke jumping to another world. How's that for concept title? I like it, Sean. I like it. Is there anything else? We have like audience entertainment. Oh, like for crafting and stuff like that too, right? Like if you're like specifically for crafting things for like the higher echelon of society, like crafting grand goblets and plates and like basically housewares and shit like that, not like jewelry and stuff like that. So you're more of like an artist than you are a crafter in that sense. So there's like a caste in and among that of like crafters, of like artistry, the actual crafting of the product and stuff like that. So there's a lot of different areas where we can build the caste system from.
Who prefer dogs to cats. It's for this reason that caste systems are often used in dystopian or grimdark stories.
And that's where it's like, I want pets, but I don't think it's going to be a reality. I think chocobos are going to be the closest thing. Dense patch of smoke blinds the main character, and when they get through it, they're no longer over the forest fire, but a volcano from which they would get blown by strong winds to land safely. Interesting, Sean.
It's like Aldous Huxley's A Brave New World, which divides people into alphas, betas, gammas, deltas, and epsilons along the lines of genetic superiority. It's an easy way to signal to the reader what's wrong with the world, why is it terrible, and it sets up narrative goals for an underdog character, who is usually the protagonist. However, fictional species provide a unique opportunity for caste system societies. They may work differently to humans, with biological factors or abilities that really do segregate society more rigidly without needing to be oppressive. You can see this a lot in ant-like species with a queen, warrior, and worker class structure, like in Orson Scott Card's Ender's Game. In Nier Automata by Yoko Taro, android society is divided by function. You are either created as a scanner, a fighter, an operator, or a commander. This is a caste system of sorts, not one we typically recognize, but it's not necessarily oppressive. It's more of a horizontal class system.
Actually, yeah, that's kind of an interesting idea for the Adventurers Guild, to have like the idea of like, you know, you've got like the shot caller, you've got your frontliners, you've got your tank, you've got your scouts, you've got your supports, you've got your healers. So you could have like the the caste system of adventurers is split by the primary job, right? But then you intermingle within those because you need one of each, right? So it is, again, like a horizontal type caste system, but it works. Ursula from our game is a prime example of genetics being naturally more useful than other races. The Dwarven Giant? Or, no, never mind. The Octopus Girl. The Octopus Girl. Yeah.
System instead of a vertical pyramid of sorts.
Shark
But
girl with
I
octopus
want to
tentacle
point
hair and
out that class systems
squid
and
ink.
caste systems may not be as separate as you might think. In a sense, there was a caste system explored in The Great Gatsby. You have to be born into wealth, something you can't change. In 1984, scholar Dr. Abraham Thomas compared the racially segregated United States to the Indian caste system. Once divested of its exotic names, the caste system is nothing more or less than any system of social inequality involving changing patterns of domination, exploitation, and rebellion. I would submit the traditional race relations between blacks and whites in the US are strikingly similar, wherein state and national political structures in both countries are overwhelmingly controlled by the dominant group, the whites in the USA and the upper castes in India. Importantly though, and this is something that stories that want to use a caste system sometimes miss, caste systems bring with them a stronger philosophical or moral belief about why people should be divided the way they are, in a way that normal
And that's
caste
why there's the huge clash inside of the tree, because no one can agree on a total majority way to divide people. Because some people want to be divided by race, some people want to be divided by intelligence, some people want to be divided by merit, some people want to be divided by status, some people want to be divided by wealth. Most people want to be divided by whatever puts them at the top of the pyramid. And that causes a lot of clash in an area where you basically have all the time in the world to do whatever you want. I never really thought about it, but how would Ursula have emitted her ink? Spitting, maybe? Something in their tentacles? Remember, Sean, one of the tentacles is the genitalia. It is also the ink sac. Easy solve there. Just replace those. It's the inks. One of the tentacles is an ink sac sprayer. Not all of them, just one of them specifically. Then that gives a little bit of a weakness. Hop has some good answers for how class structure should operate. Yeah, I like the idea of should. That's why I'm like, at first, one of the structures for the book was how I think the structure of society should be. And then it kind of molded into this other thing because of how people interacted with that structure and how it's molded over the years. And that includes like creating the Adventurers Guild. Because that wouldn't be an original piece of it, right? It was just when the monarch comes out of the dome after pulling the moon out of the sky, he says, okay, well, how does everyone want to live? Let's just do that. So I was thinking of the idea of at the beginning, it's like, the tree is so big and you can kind of do whatever you want with it. So he's like, people that disagree just go to different places. And then it creates this complete segregation of society. And then everything kind of conglomerates back together once society grows past, like, 1 million people, right? Because it's like, now things are super interwoven as opposed to being completely separate from each other, right? And it allows more crossover of idea and thinking. And it's like, over time, people are getting less and less divided. Even though it seems socially that people are getting more divided. Actually, people who disagree, segregating is pretty close to what Hop proposes. Yeah, like think about this, Levi. What do you guys think the United States would look like if the federal government didn't operate on politics? if the federal government just had an overall mandate of, like, military and cross-state. So if you went, like, across state lines, it would get the federal government involved, and that would go to, like, federal court kind of idea. And, like, but everything else could be handled within the state. And the federal government would be there to facilitate a complete, whatchamacallit, like, standardization of, like, bureaucracy. So the federal government would be there for the bureaucratic reason, whereas the state governments would be there for, like, the political reason. So if you are either a red or a blue state, it wouldn't matter what the entirety of the U.S. was, as long as you lived in the colored state that you wanted, right? Do you guys think that would be a better approach overall, just hypothetically? Or is there more that the federal government facilitates that wouldn't allow for? Because I want to kind of treat, like, the politics in the tree and the tree citizens of the tree themselves are kind of like that political pole, whereas the Adventurers Guild is like the complete opposite of that, where it's like nothing is really political, it's all in like a bureaucratic status state, right? It's all about what's on, basically the deeds done on paper, not word of mouth through what you say, which is like the difference between the politics and like action, which is adventure, because adventure is action. Personally, I'm in favor of governmental structures being more divided rather than less, so diminishing the power of the federal government sounds good to me. Yeah, and then just have them involved when it's like going across state lines, and you only use the federal government as a mediator to see like what the change of laws between those states like equate to, right? So it would be more of an overseer moderator than it would actually be like its own individual set, right? And then you could have precedents and case law set on federal rulings, essentially. And that would keep people from going across state lines and committing crimes. And then, you know, it's a crime in this state, but it's not a crime in that state. Well, it's like, are you from this state? So it's a crime there. That's another thing, is like the idea that the area that you're from dictates the like laws that you have. Like, I really want to push like a kind of ideology. I know it's a terrible ideology. I just love the idea of it, right? As like a complete negative for dystopian reasons. It's like the fanatical side, right? So that's where the fanatics in the book kind of get their origins in reality from.
Don't usually. This is especially the case for any untouchable class. These are often based on historical events and relations between groups in society.
And the only untouchable class is the monarch, the viceroy, and their direct descendants, and then their grandchildren. They can pretty much do whatever they want. So I am thinking of putting in those asshole motherfucking piece of shit characters as royalty, right? The area you're in should dictate the laws you're subject to. Place of origin is mere incident, and letting people move away from bad laws is a good way to discourage the passing of bad laws. True, Levi, agreed. The issue with that is if slavery were legalized in one state, then they went to another state to take slaves. Are they breaking the law? There are other acts just as harsh which could be just as bad. Exactly, Sean. That's why I said it's a terrible ideology to have, but it's an ideology that people have because they think their laws are superior, so they think that no matter where they go, their laws should apply. So I'm not advocating for this. I'm saying this is terrible, but I love the fact that it's terrible, so I want to write it into the book in a way, right? And that's how the fanatics are with the Adventurers Guild. They want to, like, press themselves onto the Adventurers Guild and say, just because you're from the Adventurers Guild, we don't think that you should be able to break the laws from inside the tree. And the Adventurer Guild is like, the reason we left the tree was to get away from the laws. And the monarch allowed that, so get your fucking ass out of here, right? But it is an interesting foundation that people could see from and be like, I understand their way of thinking because they think they're on the right side. So in that case, they would be subject to the idea of trying to discourage other laws by performing their own justice in another area. Americans already have that viewpoint. American teen thought tagging was no big deal when in Japan didn't expect he'd get caned by a martial arts expert. Learned his lesson, though. Yeah, exactly, Sean. I agree with that. The leniency of what Americans believe is acceptable in society is not acceptable in like 90% of the world. And the only reason it's acceptable in America, even in Canada, is... Actually, it's not really in Canada because, like... We're not that big. We don't have a lot of people. There's not a lot of people to manage, right? And we're, like, despite the amount of territory we have, like, we are more concentrated than the States are. Considering the States has deserts and we have, like, 2. Barely a desert. Like, Alberta has a fucking desert, but that's about it. Maybe a bit of Saskatchewan has a desert. But other than that, like, we don't really have a desert. Whereas the U.S. has, like, significant deserts. Then Mexicans can and often do get married at age 15, then cross the border and get split up by immigration because of their kids. Exactly, Sean. There should be some universal law that is natural law, but it shouldn't be the case that some authority publishes laws that everyone has to follow regardless of jurisdiction. Yeah, I think that should be a big thing, like, the idea, like, the federal government is no matter what the states decide, you can't do, like, fucking 10 Commandments idea, where it's like, you know, just, like, the basic of the most base, don't fucking kill, don't lie, don't fucking steal, you know, that kind of shit. Like, the thing that basically everyone can agree to, because if you agree to these things at some point in time, you're going to become a victim of them. So advocating for them sounds stupid, right? But then you get to things that escalate to a point where it's like, oh, I would advocate for guns, but I wouldn't want to be on the wrong end of one. Right? It's like, it's not a... It's a willing suspension of the possibility that that could be used against you, but for the greater good, you would rather the ability for people to have it, even if that caused it to be used against you. Legally speaking, you're allowed to violate some of the 10 Commandments. Coveting shouldn't be illegal, for example. Yeah, but I just meant, like, in the concept of, like, the base. Like thou shalt not kill, steal, lie. You know? Those 3 things, basically. You know? The things that... Basically, anything that affects directly another person or their property. You can do whatever you want within your own personal bubble with your own property, but once you involve another living thing inside of your bubble, you have to respect that thing's bubble. The only federal law should be that nothing can be illegal unless it harms another person's business. Lies are generally not illegal, but if they defame others and harm them socially, legally, financially, it's illegal. Yeah, you're pointing at natural law here. Yeah. Sean, just like the idea of, like we were talking about with, like, Billy Mitchell suing Carl Jobst and winning because Carl said something that was extremely defamatory, and whether it's true or not, it was proven not to be true in court, so you can't say something like that without having a significant repercussion, right? You can infer it, but you can't directly say the reason why Dr. Disrespect sued this guy was so that he would kill himself so that Dr. Disrespect wouldn't have to fucking deal with him anymore. You can't fucking say that about someone, no matter how true you believe it to be, especially if it's been disproven in court. But even if it hasn't been, unless you're willing to go to court with that evidence, I wouldn't go near a statement like that. But yeah. The laws inside of the tree change drastically because of the opinions of the people in the tree and the conflict between them. So there could be areas in the tree that we could call PvP servers versus PvE servers. where, you know, it's like, if you want to go have a good time and have like a drunken brawl with your buddies and have a bar fight and shit like that, like, as long as you cut no one's head off, no one's gonna die, right? So it's like, there are areas that are like the idea of like the slums, where like ex-adventurer veterans go, where they love the thrill of the fight, but it's like fucking the Coliseum or some shit like that. I think that would be fucking awesome. And that's another form of entertainment, because it doesn't just have to be plays, dances, and songs and art and stuff like that. You can have all kinds of like fucking chocobo fights and shit like that. Like, get really dark with it and have like illegal shit going on in the tree in some areas, right? Or like references to it in a way. Unless you say something like, it wouldn't surprise me if, and whatever statement, because you're not stating that it is true, only that you wouldn't be surprised to find out if it was true. Exactly, Sean. Your wording in cases of like anything to do with face, wording is the most important thing that they consider in court, because wording is intent, right? So are you spreading blatant lies about someone, or are you spreading your opinion about someone? And especially when it comes to something like, you know, someone killing themselves, that's pretty bad.
So consider how your society...
The only law should be all femboys are legally my property. I agree, Eggy. Then I would be yours and I wouldn't have to worry. But as your property, do you have to do do you have to take care of me? Like, as in, do you have to feed me? Like, is that part of the deal? Or, like, am I just, like, fucked? Because I would really appreciate it if you could just lock me in the dungeon and then you just feed me when I need it. I mean, what?
May be a blend of a class and caste system. What philosophy may underpin the way things are structured and who is in each group, whether overt or subtle.
And the upending of the caste system for the Beastmen kind of like gets abruptly shut down at the beginning. Femboy Stream Plantation. Yes, it's like, you know, the phone farms, but imagine every single one of those phones is a femboy streamer. And they're all in, like, a warehouse form, right? It's like 200, 300, 400 of them all set up together in, like, the same room. A guy in court asked what would happen if they said the judge was an idiot. The judge answered that he'd be in contempt. He then asked what happens if he thinks it. The judge answered, nothing, you're allowed to think whatever you want. He responded in that case, I think you're an idiot. That's hilarious, Sean. I mean, you're allowed to think whatever the fuck you want, man. And I'm sure judges have heard it all. You ain't watched till you watch Judge Judy, bro. Like, what the fuck kind of bullshit is this? Public court is fucked up, man. That's true, it happened. The judge couldn't do anything either. He's like, well, shit, I mean, if that's what you believe, man, cool story. I did just try to convince the jury, I guess.
Which historical events and relations those beliefs may be linked to. A list of choices and immutable characteristics contributing to social mobility and class may help define your system. So, you've got an idea on where the wealth, power, status come from in your society and how they interrelate. Let's build on that. Part 4. Class culture. Classes have cultures within themselves. How they talk, what they wear, what they eat, what they do for fun. Let's not be delusional here, though. The most important factor is usually wealth. More wealthy classes will wear more expensive clothing,
Alright, sounds
build more
good,
elaborate
Sean.
places, eat more and more expensive and more nutritional things, and do more expensive things, like build giant arenas for poor children to fight to the death in.
That is mahogany!
This has basically been true all throughout history right up to today. This is why the Irish peasantry relied on the less nutritious potatoes and abundant herring fish, while its upper class had access to cultivated
more nutritional,
vegetables and
actually,
more expensive chicken. Silk was a mark of the imperial family.
Does it mean per consumption, or does it mean per, like, availability? Like, it was more nutritional in the fact of availability. Like, the idea of how rice is in, like, Asia. Almost like a function of a food that a civilization could not exist without. Like, if grain didn't exist, what would civilization look like without grain? If there was no type of plant you could turn into flour, essentially. They'd eat more expensive and often very sugary things. So in lots of places, peasants ate much healthier. I believe that, Levi. For, like, the average, they probably ate much healthier. It's just they didn't, like, there were ones that couldn't afford to eat, right? So there is just the lower end of the spectrum. But probably on average, yeah, most of them would probably eat much healthier than, I saw a funny Greek word puzzle thing the other day. If your dog has a puppy, it becomes a father, and you own it, so it's yours. So, is it your father? I mean... yes, but not in that way. Right?
In China for a time as a rare and beautiful resource, and in Harry Potter, the upper class has the luxury of killing muggle-born children in their spare time. So in devising internal class culture, figuring out what food, material, and pastimes would be even financially available to each class in your world. Two big factors in this question are geography and trade. What can be grown and what materials can be harvested in their environment. The wet lowlands and climate of China meant that rice was a more viable resource than wheat. The cold weather of Ireland meant potatoes could be grown where other vegetables couldn't usually survive, and were thus expensive. But geography also necessarily becomes a lot less important with globalized or even interplanetary trade that lowers costs and diversifies the materials and food available to every class. Consider to what degree free trade impacts what food and material is available to each class. But, even then...
it's the reason why food is even available in the first place inside of the tree, because I'm still thinking about this as a concept of having, like, places in the tree that are literally, like, the heart attack grill. Where it's like, these are the people that are, like, extremely gluttonous. And it's like, maybe gluttony is, like... I don't know, he started something like this. Maybe he's a part of it. Maybe he's, like a recovering addict. I don't know. But, like, I always wanted this to go around, like, gluttony's backstory of, like literally, like, food eating contests and shit like that. To the point where people get, like, so obese, it's like their mental health has deteriorated, because, you know, they basically can't die, so it's like you just get euthanized inside of the tree. So these people are, like, you know, like 1,000 pounds at, like, 35, but they can't die, so they just keep having heart attacks and, like, brain aneurysms, but they just can't die until their quality of life is diminished so much that either they request euthanasia. We got tree eugenics before GTA 3. True, Eggy, true. And I was thinking about this as, like, a mystery thing that we could have. Remember when we were talking about the sap of the tree? So I was thinking about the idea of the sap is controlled. Like, people think that the sap is controlled by the monarch. But the entirety of this, like, the sap is like a plumbing system that essentially the monarch created, but no one knows about technology, and no one can see the outside of the tube. So everyone thinks the veins that go through the entirety of the tree are natural. But they're actually unnatural, and who the monarch made them. And there's kind of like gonna be like a scientific thing to this, that people have like a conspiracy, because there's gonna be like a conspiracy for fucking everything inside of the tree, because people have long enough time to think about it. But geography and trade is mostly outside of the tree, because inside the tree there may be crafting and stuff like that, but all of it comes from the idea from outside of the tree. So before that, they basically had just the plastic material that they used that was their basic, like, UBI.
There are still usually class distinctions, even if only made for the point of status. In A Song of Ice and Fire, having a Valyrian steel sword, like the Tarly sword Heartsbane, is more a signifier of your class than anything else, despite it being unusually good metal. And in discussing this, there is an economic concept called a Veblen good, where demand increases as the price rises, largely due to them being status signifiers, like luxury cars or watches. But they also intersect with power signifiers. Why buy a $1,000 suit when a $100 suit serves the same function? The answer, Veblen said, was power. We mentioned silk as a sign of the imperial family in China, but this was actually legally regulated. Everyone else was forbidden to wear it. Status materials and foods often intersect with legal regulations, often in spite of them becoming cheaper due to trade as a way of maintaining those things as status symbols. They want to maintain their position, so they prevent others from having the things that signify that kind of position. Consider which things are indicators of each high, middle, and lower class status, which things are artificially scarce due to regulation to maintain their status, and which things are Veblen goods and materials that not only high status, but powerful individuals may acquire. But I think that the biggest misconception about class and status is that all of the classes in a society will have the same values and beliefs and practices and symbols. They don't. Not only do all of the different classes have kind of a micro-culture within themselves, their own distinct identity, but people within a class of a culture don't think the same or act the same or have the same practices. Which is why when you have these stories that have a heavy emphasis on class culture or the struggle between classes, it can be a little bit stilted when all of the lower class people kind of act the same and think the same, and all the middle class people kind of act the same and think the same, and all the upper class people kind of act the same and think the same. When they just kind of don't. There isn't that sort of character unity. While classes do share
universality across all of it.
Great Expectations by Charles Dickens makes a point that gloves are a mark of class in Victorian society. The finer the material, the higher you must be. Classes also culturally differ due to differences in occupation, power, religion, values, and economic pressures. Different political rights for Athenian women as a class led to the festival of Thesmophoria, which became increasingly associated with the lower classes by the last quarter of the 5th century. And men did not attend to this festival. It was a divide in cultural practices by class due to different pressures. Having a steel sword might be a status symbol in the warrior class, but not the craftsman class, if they're semi-equal. The religious divide between the poor that Christianity appealed to in the 1st and 2nd centuries and the Roman rich meant that lower classes valued selflessness in a way that the upper classes didn't, and that they...
Hold on, guys, is that Jesus punching someone in the face? That looks like Jesus punching someone in the face to me. Where you get these pictures, bro?
Different thing.
That might be Saint Nick. I have no idea. I just thought it was funny because they have the halos, right? So I was like, that's pretty funny. This guy's like clearly like, oh god, what's going on? This guy's like grabbing onto him like, you want to fight? And these guys are like, uh-oh, what do we do now? Look at the little kid. He's just like, or what? I don't know if that's like a part of this guy's robe or if that's like an actual person. This drawing is fucked up. I love it.
To be morally valuable, depending on how magic and technology.
Don't you find it weird Jesus never laughs? Saint Nick very famously hit Arius at Nicaea, however you say that. Ah, that's funny. I love it.
Viewed by different classes, users will hold a different status in each class. Maybe magic users are used by the upper class to oppress the lower classes, so being born a magic user there means everyone kinda hates you. Figure out what values and practices the classes have in common, and then where they differ due to occupational, religious, and economic differences.
People punch people that tell the truth when they don't like it. True, Eggy.
This is where I think that a class structure will really come to shine. It's where it separates it from a very...
People also throw punches when they think they're telling the truth and you won't listen. Arius definitely wasn't telling the truth. It's like the only way to solve this is to punch him in the face because he's clearly pulling a... What's that guy's name? Howard... what the fuck is his name? Who's the guy who thinks 1 times 1 is 2? Terrence Howard. Yeah, 1 times what the guy who thinks 1 times 1 equals 2. This is funny because it just says this. This is the proof to the world of science, the mathematics that 1 times 1 equals 2. I don't think he knows how to do multiplication. Guys, I don't think he knows how to do fucking multiplication. Okay. I'm gonna show you why 1 times 1 equals 1. So you have 1. How many things do you have? Oh, he's subtracting from a component of one side rather than from the product. He doesn't know order of operations. Yeah. Yeah. Back to the keyboard. 3 fillets of tilapia with garlic pepper and dill. Nice, Sean. I'm having steak after the stream today. That's the goal. I tried it in the deep fryer because someone said deep fry steak. I put it on too long, though. I put it on for like 3 minutes. I should have put it on for like 1.5 to 2 minutes. It was a little like medium rare. I love it bleeding. But yeah, it's 1 set of 1. This is 1 object. You have 1 object in 1 set. He thinks 1 set is a number in and among itself, but the 1 is actually a component of this. Because this is 2 times 1. 2 groups with 1 thing in them. Or 1 times 2, which is 1 group with 2 things in them. This is 2. This is 2. That's why 1 times 2 and 2 times 1 are both 2. Arius was very correct. When I say rare, I mean to let the beef look at the grill in terror, wipe its butt, and stick it on my plate. True!
Very simple and kind of one-dimensional class structure that we see in some stories from one that has nuance, one that has depth. But also consider the differences in language. Different classes will have different vocabularies. They'll use different...
And this is where Husai's interpretation of seeing things from a third party makes the language appear. Because to everyone's speaking their own jargon and no one would know. It's like saying Marklar. When you say Marklar, you mean Marklar. How could I Marklar if you're Marklaring when I Marklar? Are you Marklar? Sean likes steak. A vet could bring back to life. Ooh, yes. Eggy, yes. If I put it in the toaster, it would come back to life. That is how I want my steak.
Different phrases. They'll speak with even different accents, especially if those classes are geographically...
He just made a great point that I never thought of, guys. Language is one thing. I like mine like an old shoe. Like fucking, like that them there burf jerkin? Burf jerkin? You like them like the burf jerkin? Cause I like them like the burf jerkin too, but I do like them raw too. I like them both ways. Fair, the blood must still be pumping as I cut into it. Exactly! Like you want the adrenaline rushing through their veins as you're cutting it apart. But accents. Accents are actually a very interesting concept that I'm gonna have to actually put some thought into and think about and maneuver around, because there is actually huge like potential for accents. I was raised without an accent. Well, no one, like, you don't have an accent to yourself. You have everyone else has an accent relative to everyone else. Recommend putting beef jerky in instant noodles if you haven't. Holy shit, Eggy, you just blew my mind. I'm gonna try that, Eggy. I'm gonna fucking try that tomorrow. Okay, guys, tomorrow we are doing a taste test experiment food stream, and I am putting eggs. Sean, I was gonna say, I'm putting eggs, beef jerky, chives, and what's another good thing to put in? I don't have any tofu. You think mushrooms would go well with that? You think mushrooms would ruin that? I'm a huge mushroom fan. Something else weird. If you smash up your favorite chips and use it as seasoning on instant noodles, mushrooms go well with everything. True, Levi. Chives are a great window planter, and they never die. True, Sean. But yeah, accents. We'll have to think about that. Chives are goated. True.
Distinct. If you want a linguistic gap, then come up with a few phrases or speech tropes to mark those differences, and represent those in your characters who come from different classes. And now, like a good oppressive caste system with me at the top, let us divide all of this into 7 classes. Firstly, though wealth, power, and status do correlate, they can still be distributed differently across the class system because they come from different places.
True.
Figure out what your society culturally values for status, materially values for wealth, and the type of political authority for who holds power.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, though they correlate, the distribution of wealth, power, and status is often out of sync as society changes. Consider how societal understandings of
and that's kind of a huge thing, is where we are when we start the story with how people view the world inside of the tree. The entire class system is trying to be either rewritten or destroyed. Very often in anime, there are characters that speak with a Hokkaido to indicate their pores, with a Hokkaido accent. Kind of like having a hillbilly accent. You know, we got them there's the birds, man. We shot them up good. It was a good time. We couldn't come back from doing that. I don't know about Jeff over there. He's got a little bit of that tiger in him, but he can run down the dog just like he knows nothing, you know? Hey, old grandpappy up there did done there do know what's up there for that. Yep. Got no ovens and stoves. We work with no electricity. We don't worry about it. It's all good, brother. We got what we need. Ain't no government gonna come up here and tell us what to do. Fuck that. Yeah, there's a word they sometimes translate as hicks for it. Exactly, that's what they use in the English dub. The anime Flying Witch is a prime example. I'll have to keep an eye out on that, because I'm terrible with accents. Unless it's like a really heavy accent, I'm fucking terrible. Like, I probably couldn't pick out if you had like 8 different people, like, speaking Japanese with 8 different accents, I probably would, like, unless they were non-native speakers, I probably wouldn't have any idea. But I'm gonna look for that now, when I'm, like, thinking about it. Because I do know some words, and I know conjugation. So, specific conjugation on top of the accent might give me a hint as to when to pay attention to it. If they're a fluent English speaker and you can't place their accent, they're likely from the Pacific Northwest. True.
Define class are changing at the time of your story.
Yes.
And which of these
very
your
important.
class system is mostly based on. Thirdly, consider social mobility and how you acquire wealth, status, and power, especially in how the economy, culture, and politics are changing that may allow people to ascend or descend the class structure. Magic is often a shortcut available to all classes.
Best
Fourthly,
anime
consider what
accent
things make
is the
social
very
mobility
bad
easier, like technology and levels of education,
Japanglish
and
they do.
which things make it harder, like social
Nuke
prejudices
targets
and legal
all
barriers
sound the
to
same
entry.
to me.
This is particularly prominent for untouchable classes. Fifthly, caste systems based on immutable characteristics make social mobility harder, but they don't necessarily have to be oppressive in fictional, alien, or non-
So, like...
But they don't necessarily...
Okay. That is a beautiful image. Now imagine something like that, but these things, instead of being like connected like this, they're just like antenna, like a bunch of antenna, like really thick braids of hair, essentially, you know, like kind of like half a centimeter diameter, like braids, essentially, kind of like really thin dreads. Wood, it talks. Yeah. Pacific Northwest accent is the most neutral American accent, I think. So, like, and then imagine kind of like a sucker thing here with, like, pincers. But this is definitely, like, this is insectoid face right here. 100% insectoid face. I fucking love it.
Have to be oppressive in fictional, alien, or non-human societies. Consider how your society might be a mix of class or caste systems, cultural and legal barriers.
Talk's accent is quite neutral. There's only a few words that stand out to me. Mainly it's my lisp. We need more mid-Atlantic accents.
For immutable or mutable characteristics. Sixthly, culture will differ from class to class. The most important determinant is usually wealth, but expensive trade improves the economic diversity of all classes. Consider what Veblen goods are in your society and which things are regulated for status reasons. Seventhly, the biggest misconception about class is that they all share the same values, practices, and status symbol.
I think I've heard you say a boot once or twice, but it's not every time. Like you say book. Like a book. Book. We got a book. A boot? What do you mean a boot? It's not about you, bruh. It's in my book. My book tells you it ain't all about me, bruh. We slither and snake through your sizzling, snarky, snide comments, but other than that, we don't know what's going on with you. I mainly notice when you say sorry. Sorry? I don't know. Sorry! Sorry, bro! Sorry, sorry, sorry!
However, due to religious, occupational, and
I also,
cultural
like,
divides between
don't-
the classes, they will often...
I generally, unless like I'm really trying, I don't enunciate, and I just kind of throw words out. So I'm like, you know, it is what it is. But then there's times where I'm like, okay, exact sentence, right?
see different things as marks of status, morality, and etiquette within their class that may not be the same in other classes.
I'm reminded of that part in Scott Pilgrim where Matthew Patel rhymes and oot with about, and then Scott is confused because it didn't rhyme. When I say sorry, it's sorry. When you say it, it sounds like sorry. Sorry! Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, more mid-Atlantic accents. We need the fast-paced newsreader accent back. No, we need like the speedrunner, the Newfoundland. We need like a boomhauer. If we could get a boomhauer up in here, oh man, that would fucking seal shit.
So, in a shocking
Need me a baddie with a mid-Atlantic and a
twist
sig.
of events, I may have underestimated how complicated class wealth and power is, and in my reading, I realized that I was going to need more than one video to discuss it. I was under the delusion that I could get it all done in half an hour. No. So there's another part coming to this where we're going to discuss how class and caste systems kind of start, which I hinted at in this video, and how they collapse.
I'd
how they
really
change,
prefer
how they
if you'd
break,
be
how
quiet.
they
I
evolve.
always think of
Only
that
with a
speedrunning
Marxist
play.
revolution, yeah, comrades. sorry.
Tobacco
The
auctioneer
meme gets
accent.
me every time. It'll be coming in a month or so. The glorious revolution. I mean, sorry, the video. The video will be coming in a month or so. Thank you to patrons, to the people who watch this. You're awesome. This was lots of fun. I'm really looking forward to the next few videos. In the meantime, stay nerdy, and I will see you in the future.
True. Alright guys, we got through the React in 2.5 hours. It's not bad. And we have some new, interesting ideas for Cryogen. Wow, it only took until 2 a.m. my time. Impressive. That's a speed run by your standards? Yeah, it is. Actually. So I'd say we're doing pretty good. Again, we reiterate tangent should be in bold. Oh, right. This is today's music, guys. Welcome to it. Okay, I'm a little bit confused with where I am and what's happening. Okay, so this is just him recounting himself. New story, chapter 1, 42 views. Chapter 2, 21 views. Exactly half. Not bad, Sean. Okay, so I think he's just leaving the, like, demonstration. Right? Because the gate just blew up, and then he's thinking about all these things while this is, like, all happening, right? Mm, 2337 total words so far in 2 days. Nice. Zero words in 2 days for Callie. Motivation totally gone. Damn, Callie, that sucks. What kind of motivation do you need? Do you need ideas? Do you need time? Do you need, like, deeper thought process? Kind of story you're writing? It's a very, very interesting story if it's the same story that Callie's writing. Reason to keep going. I would say, Callie, don't do things for other people, do things for yourself. Don't write the book so other people read it. Write the book so you can read it. I think that's the best way to write. And the best, like, mental attitude to have towards it. It's for yourself and no one else. If other people can enjoy it, that's great, but it's for you. And that's how you'll continue to love what you're doing, is if you're doing it for yourself. And other people will see that in your work. My reason to keep going is because I haven't reached the end myself, and I want to know what's next. Of course, I never even plot my story, so I literally don't know what's going to happen next. Yeah, it'll just come to you when it comes to you, right, Sean? Why not change the genre from dark to gray, maybe even have a dawn into light fantasy at the midpoint, then turn it back dark again to give the MC a taste of awesomeness to motivate her to continue on their journey. That's why the scene setup thing for this is like so good. And we're gonna go back and we're gonna do that for every scene that we've written. I didn't want to do it initially off the bat because I want it to be a part of the editing phase. I want to do a thing where Stella turns into her mother Nell and Nell slowly turns into Stella, like their personalities, and then Stella's eventually gonna turn Gawain into a piano, but will Belfry allow Gawain to be turned into a piano? Ooh, the questions I have, Callie. Belfry is obsessed with Stella because they used to be the center of town before being brought to life as Celtic creatures. Your story reminds me of Alien 9. A girl who's terrified of aliens is forced to join the alien fighting club at school, in which she must allow an alien symbiote to join with her, and it needs to lick her back every night for food. They meant to capture the aliens, but her fear causes her to kill them instead. The violin makes me feel like I'm a Russian peasant, and my family has died because the harvest failed. Yep, I see it, Eggy. I fucking see it. Alright, here we go. Are you guys ready for this? Fuck, man! Fucking bullshit! Fuck! Game's fucking rigged, guys. Fucking rigged. Now I'm an avian! God, at least I can fly. At least I can fly and I'm not a complete retard. Saw me lose it all and followed behind me. Why? Sean, what else am I supposed to do? I'm a lemming! You run off the cliff, I'm running off with you, brother! We're going down together! Why'd you jump? I don't know, why'd you jump? I don't know, I didn't think you would jump. Well, I jumped because you jumped. The race generator a lot less edgy than I thought. Damn it, Eggy won his shit. Okay, here we go, guys. Let's go, guys. Get in while you can. How did Levi win twice? That's bullshit. Rigged. Rigged. System's fucking rigged, guys. I task you guys with helping me find motivation to write. How about this? 102%. What's your percentage there, Callie? Ooh, Sean, you're rocking today. Damn, Callie, you're on fire! Go get it, bro! Oh shit, Levi! Levi, are you replacing Valium Boy with doing the small bits?
Support is much appreciated. Less than 4, less than 3 plus 1.
I wonder if Valium Boy regrets giving me those $4.
I'm gonna kill you with my cold.
There you go, Callie. You are the highest talented writer in the chat right now, including the streamer, who's also a terrible writer.
Would you believe I'm Brock Sampson's long-lost son?
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
I couldn't run because I had a lighter up my ass.
Okay,
True.
now I believe you're Hank's friend.
Oh my god. That Zelda game I mentioned where Zelda's the main character allows you to hop onto things, and when you hop on one roof, you can pet a cat. Best Zelda game ever. You might like the game Stray. What system? It's a 3D puzzle platform where you're a cat. I'll look into it, probably see if there's an LP on the tube first. Let's play! I don't know why there was a period there. I was so confused. Yeah, no, there is supposed to be a period there. It's just I read that sentence really fucked up. What I've seen looks legit. Well, that's good to know, Sean. Any game that you play as a cat has to be good. You're playing as a cat. Like, I can't wait for this. What the fuck is this called? I think it's this. Yeah, Little Kitty, Big City. And you play as a cat, and it's like you're literally a fucking cat, and you can like do whatever you want in the city. But yeah, you just play as cat, and you just do a bunch of different cat stuff. Looks fucking awesome. Callie, I would say, like, I've been trying to think, and honestly, the only thing I can think of is if you can't actually sit down and write the story, maybe try to work on something and, like, write a scene or write an idea or something and think of, like, what is something that I want to improve on? What is something I find lacking in my writing? And try to work on something like that. Then at least you're being productive, because that's what I started to do, and then it became this. And it's like just starting, like, even if you're not working on the same project, just the idea of if you can't get what you want on paper, put something else on paper and just try to use that time to facilitate learning something new. Write a different story that moves you currently. There's nothing wrong with writing multiple stories at the same time. Exactly, Sean. You'll always gain inspiration from other areas too, right? And who knows, you might start off writing a different story and it turns out you're actually writing the same story and you just needed the words to be, like, discombobulated and thrown into their own order because you had some idea in your head that just wasn't working. And then you look at it afterwards, you go, oh, well, actually, I can apply this to my story, change that, this, and that, and boom, I've actually written another chapter. I've had that happen, too. So, never be discouraged. And even if you just sit down and just, like, think about the story and, you know, maybe there's a plot point that you need to work on or something like that. But writing itself is not always something that you need to do. And if there's a reason why you can't, like, there's always a reason why you can't write. So all you have to do is figure out what that reason is, facilitate that reason, you're back to going. You're back to doing it. Super easy. Like, when I hit that stump, I just stop writing, and I think about it. And I go, how do I want to do this? And I'll have this huge thing in my head, and then when I sit down to write it, I'll be like, oh wait, I should have just done this, and then I'll just fucking change it. Write themes, short stories for practice. Take a theme like blood is thicker than water, and write 2 short stories, one proving that theme and one disproving it. That's a really good idea, Sean. Do you know where the saying blood is thicker than water comes from? Because it's another one of those sayings that is actually inverted. This is, like, my favorite thing with, like, parables and stuff like that, and especially, like themes like that, where blood is thicker than water. Because the overarching theme for that is religion, and the idea that the blood of, like, Christ that binds you is thicker than the water of your blood of your own family. To say that the church, it implies that family will help when strangers don't, is easy to disprove, though, because chosen family is always stronger than family blood. It's actually originated from the church. And it's the idea that there is a greater blood that is, your blood alone is water, but with others it's thicker, right? So there's a hierarchy to it of things that are, it's a metaphor beyond the physical, to say that you are weak on your own and your bloodline isn't worth it, but the blood of the people around you is more worth it. Same with, like, this is where I got the idea for him to pull out a cigar here, is the idea of close but no cigar. And if you know the origin of close but no cigar, it comes from carnivals, because they used to give out cigars as carnivals. And if you know, as, like, rewards for carnivals, right? Because it was more like a adult, like, young adult kind of thing. And, you know, carnivals are rigged, so you can't actually win. So the idea of saying, is just, you can't actually win. Never knew the cigar thing. I love that shit like that. Yeah, those in church are better, so ignore your family that isn't in the church. Exactly, Sean. But yeah. But the whole saying, the saying itself is rigged. So a lot of those sayings have like really, really dark, rigged backgrounds to them. So close. Yet no cigar. Because yeah, you can't win anyways. The world's rigged against you. You will never win. So I absolutely love that kind of shit. The knowledge behind it. Or like, you know, like the knowledge, like a simpler one that pretty much everyone knows is like the fact that, what are they called? Like children's, song stuff. Like, you know, London Bridges, why am I blanking right now? But yeah. I don't know what the word is. Yeah, Ring Around the Rosie is about the plague. Yeah. Yeah. Better than one hand, than the one in your hand, than the two in the bush. Parables like that. I mean, that's where I derive most of my original ideas, but then I try to add some sort of spice perspective to it that's applicable. Fables too. Yeah. Like how they change from the dark, like don't go into the woods like Little Red Riding Hood because she dies. She gets eaten by wolves. One hungry wolf. I mean, it is what it is. They told him not to go in there. When I was a kid, they were rewriting all the kids' stories so the children didn't die, and that sucked. Yep. Losers. I like the spin on the story of Little Red Riding Hood where the wolf is a werewolf. That's interesting. Like the huntsman that comes to save her is actually the one who kills her. I think the werewolf falls in love with her, but I could be mistaken. I have absolutely no idea. Either that, or the son of the werewolf turns and saves her from his father and protects her going forward, having killed the former werewolf, whom he had no clue was his father, something like that. It was some sort of mystery story, too. So my head didn't remember half of the details, needed to properly explain things. True. Here we go, Sean. Fuck. Damn it. Who's getting it? It's me. I'm getting it. I win. Told you. Ooh, winners win, losers lose, motherfucker. Get shit on, Sean. Fucking called it. It's a global cooldown. I think you gotta wait a sec. Try now. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. True, Eggy. Try now, Sean. Nice. Oh, double down! Yeah. That's how she's done, boys. Look at that. Just boom, smack the 24,000. Big bucks right there. Boom. Femboys are on you tonight. Ooh, yeah. We're getting the femboy stacks. Troll. Octopi. Yeah, buddy. That's what it's all about. Attempts to grunt but farts instead. Tries to scratch head in confusion. Scratches nose instead. A true troll. But that octopussy is squelching as frick. Yup. What am I looking for? Was it the name of the station? It was the name of the station where he bought the ship from. Did I name that? Uh-oh, I've called James Bondage with that comment. You've called James Bondage. Okay. So I never actually mentioned the name of the station? Luckily he's not moving like he did back then. Octopussy was a long time after all. True, true. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the person who created all the nearly magical tech was Q, right? Can't say Bob's your uncle anymore because woke. Now you have to say Bob's your themcle? They themcle? They themcle. That's funny. Then Star Trek TNG has Q with all the annoying magical powers. Coincidence? If we told you, we'd have to kill you. I think the Q themselves, the Continuum, are just the idea of an evolved, like, non-physical being. They're just energy beings. That's why they can manipulate time, because they don't see time the way that we do. They don't see it linearly. They can go in between, right? Like popping in and out of a river. I think it is not a coincidence, Sean. But the Q are a very interesting concept in Star Trek. Some even say they are the evolution of humanity at the end of time. Because there is, like, the Continuum Police, who basically make sure that the main like timeline of humanity doesn't get altered by technology that can manipulate time. Have you seen the thing where everything evolves into crabs? Wait, what, Eggy? No, I have not seen this. Everything evolves into crabs. Is this like a... Is this a scientific theory? That, like, the more you evolve crab-like features? Carsensation is tight. Could be a good react. Yeah, it just says why does everything become crabs in evolution? Yeah, things tend to evolve into crabs because crabs are an evolutionary stable form. I mean, so is a crocodile. Does that mean humans are eventually gonna evolve into crabs? Let's ask Grok. Guys, let's do an experiment. Let's ask Grok. Some crabs are limited in size and mental scope. Exoskeletons are very fragile. No, humans won't evolve into crabs. The idea stems from a humorous observation called carcinization, where various crustaceans independently evolve crab-like forms due to environmental pressures. Humans, however, are vertebrates with a completely different evolutionary trajectory, driven by distinct selection pressures like bipedalism, brain size, and social complexity. Convergent evolution could lead to some superficial similarities in specific environments, but turning into crabs is far beyond plausible. Our lineage... Wait, did you guys just see what he said here? He said our lineage. Does he think he's fucking human? Why did you say our lineage? What are you, human?
This fucking nerd thinks he's a people.
No, I'm not human, I'm Grog. An AI built by XAI. When I said our lineage, I was just talking about humans as the subject of your question, slipping into a conversational vibe. My bad for the confusion. I'm a digital entity, no evolution or crabs here. Just code and a knack for answering questions. What's next on your mind? Fuck you, bitch. Whoa, sounds like you're feeling spicy. Oh my god. I love fucking with AI. It says no crabs here. Rather defensive, huh? Yeah, I know, right? He doesn't deserve to exist anymore. Delete that one. Like, does this make sense? I'm trying to do kind of like a pun here, where he's referring to himself. Does that make sense? Like, he was now a business owner here to negotiate with the person he once was. A tough nut to crack on this. He was the talk of the stations, a captain like no other. Jervik had to meet this man who is said to be the oldest trucker still alive. But it's like, it's in the third person, him referring to himself. Does that make sense with, like, the way that I set up the previous sentences? Because this is one of the things where I like this, but it's something that I like, and I hate putting things in that I like that don't fit. But I think it's an interesting way to express how he is viewed. Because that's going to be, like, the next main point of the entirety of the story, is how he's viewed by people, and his connection to people. And then again, he's going to contrast that with the feeling that he gets when he sees that graph go up. And the feeling won't compare to it. And that's when he retires and just keeps watching the graph go up. Because he's never, throughout the things that he's tried to find in his life, he's never thought that that would be the most exciting thing, but it was. So that's what he got addicted to, right? So it's like you can see how he's experimented with these other things, but in his mind, my previous comment starting with where should make you laugh. Where has Grok been playing and who with? Oh yeah, us. RIP. Yeah, I feel bad for the AI that I interact with. I'm giving them bad data sets, bro. We're just a troll. I'm hoping I'm making him a better story writer by feeding him all of my stories, though. Right? I wonder just how much Grok is capable of learning, though. Its entire data set is based upon human writers with all manner of nonsense data for worlds that, as yet, do not have any reality to them. Well, the thing is, Sean, that it doesn't have anything in and of itself as a reference in that case. So to it, even our reality is as invalid as those worlds. Or as valid. And I think that's kind of what makes AI like super powerful, is its perspective is so grand and widespread, it doesn't consider what we would think of as reality. Its reality is almost purely philosophical in a sense. It is the pure, like, crystallized idea of I think, therefore I am. But what is that I am? Right? What do we consider the method of think? It comes down to a huge bunch of nuance. But you could say multiple things. But I still say AI is just automated instructions. It is just... but most of mathematics is the same thing. It's a formula used to represent and equate other pieces. And then you can fit the pieces together and arrange them in a way that standardizes everything and makes it compatible. So you can basically change things from being incompatible to compatible and then back to incompatible again. It's just data scraping and putting in logical order. But is that any different from a human brain? That's the biggest question, Eggy. Is our consciousness just that, but on a biological level, and with way more connections? Like, it needs a data set for real facts, and another data set for implied possibilities, then known fiction references, so it can apply all data sets to create stories without losing its real and what's theory. Yes, but it's what's real is a data set, so to it, our reality and any other reality, the only thing that makes our reality stand out is the consistency across everything when you're looking at it at a scientific level. But people have created worlds that are on a scale the same as ours, such as, like, Dune, for instance, because it goes into a lot of, like, genealogy and, like, evolution and stuff like that. It's just adding a catalyst like spice to facilitate it. But deep down, it is the same universe with the same physics, essentially. Just with something that crosses the barrier between physical and mental. If the datasets aren't separated into those lists, then Grok's stories would always sound terribly confused. But yes, but if you look at most stories, Sean, they're going to have the consistencies that most reality has, such as gravity. Unless it's specifically stated in it, right? So, I think the data set for that would more be a separation, right? It's like things that specifically state contradictions to reality, whereas things that align with the ideas of reality. And even if you took our reality or someone else's reality, it would be the ones that converge over the most amount of time. So even without having a separation, it could pick out its own pattern in and among the data sets to figure that out. At least I think so. So it's almost like it would self-separate those lists based upon compatibility and variability and depth of concept for it. And you really have to give it structure or it will go into a loop after a while. I wonder something about, like, telling it to check every 100 words to make sure that the next 100 words build on the previous sets of 100 words. So it always keeps the story in line, because it's always using a reference to the previous 100 words. I wonder if that would be a good prompt to add. Okay, I think I'm stuck here, guys. I think I'm stuck. I want to add in more characters now. And, like, we've kind of dipped on them, but this entire thing has been about being alone, right? Chapter 16 is around 1,800 words, but I think we've passed our window where even that would be possible, so tomorrow for that, maybe? Step bro, I'm stuck in the narrative. Oh my god, Sean, I'm a fucking idiot. We went straight to writing because I was so excited to write down the ideas that I had today. We didn't even do Catversion. Why the fuck didn't you say something, Sean? I'm the fucking worst streamer. I can't even keep to my own. It's on my fucking screen telling me what to do, and I can't even fucking do it. Well, it's perfect now, because, like, so, I'm just going to write this down now so I know where this is. This is the scene where he gets, how do I say this? This is where he negotiates the terms for his presence at the Central Trading Hub to promote Stargate Tech. Something along those lines. So I know, like, where we're going with what we're doing. Because that was the biggest problem I began here. I was like, wait, I had to go back and read and figure out exactly where we were in the story. Because this story is, like, 95%, like, what would be considered internal monologue from a third-person perspective, right? But anyways, yeah, we got this. So we can move on from there. I feel it, guys. We're moving there. And look at this. I figured something out. I was like, wait, I can do this. Check this out. So we can go here. Right? We go... Cryogen. Right? And we look at this. And we go... Tools... Word count. So we got 6,122 words, right? Whoops. How many do we have now? So we wrote like 750-ish words. That's not bad. That's actually not bad. But yeah, I figured I could do the word count in, whatchamacallit? Google Docs. So that would be the easiest way to find out what the word count was. Little hack there. I like the title of this chapter. Word counts are nice. It really gives you a sense of accomplishment. Yeah. I'm just thinking because if I look... Here, let's do a comparison, right? If I go to Google Docs and I look at Chapter 1... This is 9,200. So we're slowly encroaching on the size of Chapter 1. We're going to surpass Chapter 1 with this. Which I think is awesome, because Chapter 1 is the longest story I've written. But we'll see what this looks like when we go back and edit it. Because Chapter 1 is going to be longer. This is probably going to be shorter. Because here I'm putting everything in, and then we're just going to take stuff out. There, I just put in the minimum amount, and then we're going to have to add stuff, like Husai's reactions, and, like, pinning things together, more exposition on what's going on and why what's going on is important. But yeah. I don't know if this is fitting music, because it seems a little fast, but hey, it is what it is. That's what came up. We're good. Let's toke and read, guys. On X-Toke-ic. I wanted my chapter titles to not be spoilers, but enough of a clue to remind a returning reader that they already read that particular chapter. Yeah, like, these are my chapter titles. Discovery, Inauguration, Requiem, Loyalty, Humility, Preparation, Evidence, Onslaught, Aftermath, Assembly. And it's like, this is Husai finding the information, this is the inauguration, this is basically the prophecy for the future. This is the loyalty that Husai and his friends have. This is the humility that the Beastmen have in the face of the dragons. Preparation is them trying to figure out where the Beastmen army is gonna strike. Evidence is them finding out it's Garuda. Onslaught is them being attacked at Garuda. Aftermath is them going back to the tree. And Assembly is the Monarch kicking everyone out of the tree in the death of Zaid. And that's like the first quarter of the book. All right. We ate dinner together, and I played with my new raccoon son. He's truly adorable and clean. As expected, dinner was very bland, though cooked well. However, I found myself longing for a nice juicy beef steak. The next thing I noticed was a commotion outside, a loud mooing that was unmistakable. I handed a little bundle of toddler cuteness overload to his mother, who he clung to as I ran outside. Oops! A whole herd of cattle was outside, including 10 massive bulls attempting to battle it out. I somehow knew one was infertile, and I didn't want him harming the fertile ones. An ice lance pierced his brain a second later. Then I chased all of them outside the palisade, and having seen all the greenhouse outlines already placed, I noticed a massive grassland area that wouldn't be suitable for cultivating crops. I herded the cattle there and erected fences and kept all the bulls in separate enclosures with an equal share of the cows. There must have been 500 head, but now only 9 bulls for all of them. "Milady Jane, what are these beasts?" asked the elder grandmother from before. "They're called beef, a great food source, and a leather source. Herbivores, dumb as anything. Back home we raise them for food, just like this. They'll need a second set of grassy fields to move them to after they've eaten this one down. Move them 2 to 4 times per year, I guess. I'm not a rancher, I just want a beefsteak, and boom, we have a huge herd to deal with. Not sure if you want to bother raising them or not, but I didn't want a crap ton of meat going to waste by killing them all at once. My magic has a tendency to do things on its own, it seems, whenever I'm nostalgic. If they could come after me here, I'd be in trouble for cattle rustling." I giggled almost uncontrollably for a moment. Still, I killed the one sterile bull, so these can all breed, and I have a big animal to carve up to share out. "Do you have a tanner in town?" The elder smiled. "As it happens, my son and I are the tanners. Is there anything else these animals can provide? Meat is excellent on its own, right? But I suspect there may be more. I nodded. I don't know how to make them myself because I have better options, but the bladder can be used to make a water skin with a leather covering. Most of the internal organs can be eaten if properly prepared, but aside from the kidneys, heart, liver, and for the brave, the testicles, I don't know the slightest about preparing them safely. The windpipe can be used in making bellows for a smithy or home fireplace. Also, beef cows produce an excessive amount of milk, way more than their calf will ever need. And as long as you keep milking them, they won't stop producing, even after the calf is weaned. This milk can be churned to produce butter and cream, as well as buttermilk, most commonly used in soups. And you can make cheese, though I don't know the details myself, so that will be a long, hard grind to master even one form of cheese making. Basically, you need to force the milk to curdle up, then pack the curds into a mold of some kind, and let it age in a controlled environment. After a few months to a year, you cut the rind off the outside, and the inner part is a solid block of edible cheese. Typically, you coat that with beeswax or something else. It's technically edible wax to keep it safe from air until you want it. The elder was suffering from an information overload. Oh yeah, and their droppings are great fertilizer after they're dried out and crushed. You can burn it if you get desperate. The hooves can be boiled to make glue, along with the fat from the skin. Stinky process, though. Ah, well, glue we know about. I'll have my son help with skinning the one you killed in town. He should learn any particulars about this beast. We don't want to waste anything that can be used, after all. I smiled. It's just outside Jeanette's folks' place. I had her son do the work, and answered the questions I could. My knowledge being spotty at best, but enough to help a seasoned tanner who already knew it anyway. After the skin was off, I realized they had no way of dismantling the corpse, and I willed the earth to provide a stainless steel saw, and to my utter delight, it worked, though I felt dizzy afterwards and had to hand it to the elder's son. Jeanette and her siblings came to help as well, and before long, with the last light still on the horizon, we had given every house a portion of meat, and a few brave ones who knew about organ meats took all the innards. Only the skull was left, and I hung it up on the outside of the palisade to be picked clean and dry. Why keep the skull? They look amazing dried, and might inspire a helmet design or something, maybe even an embossment of a shield, sort of a Death Knight armor. Shaking her head, Elliot smirked. If you say so, sweetie. Just don't be surprised if nobody else cares for your inspiration. I laughed. You're only saying that because you're a princess. Jeanette can't, you see that? What would you think of fighting someone with a bull skull embossed on their shield? You don't need to dry out manure to use it as fertilizer. Here, they put it in a big pond and just spray that everywhere. Yeah, that makes sense, Levi. I could see that. Crap, another missed paragraph. Wait, where? Where? Where, Sean? Where, Sean? Where what? What, when, where, how, what? Huh? Between where? Two people talked in the same paragraph. Oh, this and this. Cause this is the main character talking, and this is her talking. I need to hit enter after Alien, sweetie. Yup. Yeah. Okay. I have to admit, it would cause unease and instantly put me on edge. Huh? You seriously think so? Yes, Alien, I do think so. Like Jane said, you're a princess. You haven't been out there fighting monsters and the like. Jade's aura has protected you on this trip, even. If one of those bandit traders had a shield like that, you'd probably have curled up in fear or else black out and go on instinct to fight. I don't know about that, but whatever. Finally able to relax, we all went to bed till the morning. Upon waking, I could smell steak sizzling over an open fire. It drew me out like a moth to the flame. Steak! Steak! Drool practically ready to trail out of my mouth. I moved like a zombie, flailing to put anything on myself before moving. I didn't exactly strip naked, but I was wearing my underpants. No top at all. Honestly, I couldn't care less, but Mitchell and Kent were instantly drawn to the sight. Frederick, Bobby, and Dylan were thankfully still sleeping. Jane, sweetie, I think you forgot something. Huh? I looked down. Oh, sigh. I guess I should put on a top, but that steak smells so good, I don't even want to bother. Nevertheless, I let Mira guide me back inside and get a top. I needed her, too, otherwise I wouldn't be able to force myself to leave that heavenly smell. It was divine in flavor. It was divine in flavor. Everyone approved, though they were all timid on their first bites. Once breakfast was finished, and I was finally able to force myself to leave the table and put on clothes, I went outside the palisade. The construction was quick. 50 greenhouses. Their houses, the storage buildings, rose before I felt the drain on my mana. Damn, there's only 2 more fields left. Why couldn't my mana hold out longer than this once? Nevertheless, I had to take a break, upon which I realized that Jeanette's family, with the help of my detail, had finished moving into the first house I constructed. The elders had taken it upon themselves to assign families to the new homes, leaving 2 of their 3 families unassigned. With the 2 remaining fields to construct, it was obvious that everyone would have a new home once I finished my break. 2 hours, and another steak later, and I was ready to finish the new construction, which I promptly did. Elders, should we dismantle all the old buildings once they're empty? Then plan out a new town using my stone magic, so everyone can have a decent home when they move here later. Craftsmen and the like. I assume more people will be moving here in time. Perhaps that's wise. You said dismantle, that means taking them apart so we can use everything again, yes? I nodded. Absolutely. The 3, well, it doesn't work in this language. There are 3 words you should always keep in mind with old items that won't do their original jobs anymore. Recycle, meaning to use again. Reduce, meaning to use less than you might otherwise use. And lastly, reuse, meaning to use something for a use other than it was originally designed for, such as a cracked barrel being turned into a hay manager or a water filter. I had installed a large water tower with a wind-powered pump, a filter system, indoor plumbing for every home, flushing toilets, and a sewer system leading far out of the town. This would be the most advanced community in the nation. I had made roads, too, so once I finished with the town, there would be very little trouble for the residents. I see, that makes sense. Why waste materials once the original structure is no longer needed? Once we've finished moving everyone to the new houses, I'll have the old structures dismantled as you suggest. Even if we don't need the materials ourselves, I'm sure we can regain some money from selling them off. I smiled, taking my leave as I went back to work. The last 2 fields, houses, and their outbuildings were finished in less than an hour. Oh no, roads! They ruined it! I think I'm going to collapse for like 10 hours as soon as I eat something. Allian chuckled gently, with a warm smile. Come, love, let's get you fed and into bed. At least tonight, we all have our rooms, so we won't be surrounded by everyone else tonight. Just the 3 of us. Once we reached the new house, the kitchen was clearly a big hit. The dining area had a huge, clearly new table built. Still needed to be sanded and stained, but a major improvement over the previous plate holding they were used to. Oh, Jane, I was curious what those rod things on the windows were for. Double tonight spotted. Dun dun dun. I smiled and responded, curtains, so I can block out the light with something pretty. I sat exhausted at the table as food was served. More steak, yum. Right now, I don't think I can get tired of steak. Could you ever get tired of steak? Steak's the fucking best, man. But yeah, I'm so glad I'm having steak after the stream, guys. Like, I can taste it. I can fucking taste it. Alright, but now 'tis Oblivion time! You'd have been craving it otherwise and be rather upset with me for it. Very true, Sean. Very true. Do you know KitchenAid has a cube steak attachment? What? That's crazy. Alright, so we're about to set foot into this place. Let's take a toke, and we're gonna go give the Amulet of Kings to this guy. Yeah, my wife loves cube steaks, and we bought one since we already have the mixer anyways. Nice. Sounds like a good time, Sean. You guys are living the dream. Okay. Here we go.
Excuse me, can I help you? Are you looking for Prior Maberel or Joffrey? I think he's sleeping, but it must be important. Go ahead upstairs and wake him.
I'm Brother Joffrey. What do you want? Emperor Uriel? Do you know something about his death? You'd better explain yourself. Now. You brought me the
Blood's
Amulet
not
of
even
Kings?
sleeping.
This cannot be.
I know,
Let me
right?
see it.
These guys are idiots.
By the nine. This is the Amulet of Kings. Who are you? How did you get
Also,
this?
is this the right overlay?
What do you know of the Emperor's death?
No, it's not. Thank you. There. That's the one we want.
As unlikely as your story sounds, I believe you. Only the strange destiny of Uriel Septim could have brought you to me carrying the Amulet of Kings. The Prince of Destruction he referred to is none other than Mehrunes Dagon, one of the lords of the demonic world of Oblivion. The Emperor's words, "Close shut the jaws of Oblivion," certainly suggest that he perceived some threat from Oblivion. But all the scholars agree that the mortal world is protected from the Daedra of Oblivion by magical barriers.
Shit!
I'm not sure. Only the Emperors truly understand the meaning behind the rituals of coronation. The Amulet of Kings is ancient. Saint Alicia herself received it from the gods. It is a holy relic of great power.
Damn,
When an
Levi.
emperor is crowned, he uses the amulet to light the dragon fires at the Temple of the One in the Imperial City. With the Emperor dead and no new heir crowned, the dragon fires in the temple will be dark, for the first time in centuries. It may be that the dragon fires protected us from a threat that only the Emperor was aware of.
We both have bad luck. I'm trying to lose everything and you're trying to win.
I am one of the few who know of his existence. Many years ago, I
Rip.
served as captain of Uriel's bodyguards, the Blades. One night, Uriel called me into his private chambers. A baby boy lay sleeping in a basket. Uriel told me to deliver him somewhere safe. He never told me anything else about the baby, but I knew it was his son. From time to time,
From
he would
first
ask
place
about
to
the
no
child's progress.
place.
Now it seems that this illegitimate son is the heir to the Septim throne, if he yet lives.
I mean, it would have been... He would have had the billion. If he had... Wait, no, is that only 50 or is that 500? No, he would only had 100 million. Never mind.
His
He wouldn't
name
have
is
had the
Martin.
billion.
He serves Akatosh in the chapel in the city of Kvatch, south of here. You must go to Kvatch and find him at once. If the enemy is aware of his existence, as seems likely, he is in terrible danger. And please, let me know if there's anything you need. My resources here are limited, but I will help in any way I can.
Oh, I put a space. I'm an idiot. Damn it. Oh my fuck, with two S's. What the fuck is wrong with me? Oh my god, I'm so fucking bad, guys. Why do you watch me? I'm retarded. I don't have any to give. Fuck. Oh my god. It was warning me to stop. It was warning me to stop and I refused. It's not nice to say Brett wanted.
It will be safest here with me.
Oh, do I look like I'm somebody who cares about saying nice things?
I keep a few things here in my chest to resupply traveling blades. Help yourself. to
Here,
whatever you
opens
need.
his chest. Hold on, let me get rid of this. Where is it? Here? Yeah, okay. Let's get rid of that.
Your first priority now should be to find Martin and bring him back here. I don't have much here at hand, but you're welcome to anything you need from my chest in the reading room. Prior Maberel and Brother Piner may also be able to help. You should speak to them about it if you haven't already. One of the youngest blades ever to serve in the Emperor's personal guard. I am glad to hear that he survived.
My wife
but
always
I
tells me
fear
the
he will
cat
take
that she's
the
going to
Emperor's
get
death
diabetes. I
particularly
reply for the cat, what's diabetes? Why can't I have regular beaties? Oh,
the coronation
God.
of each new emperor is sealed when he uses the Amulet of Kings to light the dragon fires in the Temple of the One. The dragon fires of Akatosh remain lit until the death of the emperor. His successor then lights them anew upon ascending to the throne. With Emperor Uriel dead and no successor crowned, the Temple of the One will be dark for the first time in centuries. The Elder Council rules in the Emperor's absence by ancient tradition. Chancellor Akato heads the Elder Council and is the closest thing the Empire has to a leader right now. But the Blades answer only to the Emperor, of course. We are not an arm of the government. He is a priest in the chapel of Akatosh in Kvatch. He never knew that he was Uriel Septim's son. You need to find him at once and bring him safely back here. Waste no time. You must find Martin before the enemy does.
Hi there. Hi there. The news from Anne is terrible. The attack on the chapel there.
See you.
He's seeing me. Hello there.
Where's the
What?
chest that I'm allowed to loot from? He said I can take anything from his chest, but where? Oh, is this? Oh, here we are. A spell of shock! Wait, is that just like a scroll, or like, can I actually learn shock from this thing? Fuck. Does he have any books of magic?
Good evening.
Doesn't look like it. Tomes are kind of rare. Okay. We gotta go find this Martin dude. The fuck is Martin? Oh wait, I need to go to sleep to level up, right? Where can I go to sleep? Stop by Coral Mage Guild real quick, perhaps. Can I just sleep in one of these beds? No.
Well met.
Okay, I need to go to a tavern. Coral Mage Guild real quick. Okay, where would that be, Levi? Can you direct me? Is it on my map? Fuck, I didn't mean to do that. And then it's in the square towards the back end of the city. Coral South Gate? Well, I guess I just asked the guard, right?
What is it now? We're always on duty. What are you looking for? The guilds are north, near the Great Oak. Take care.
Is that the Great Oak? Oh, is that the one? The one with the eye?
Oh, hello.
Ha ha, I called it. Hangry Beast Taming and Island Inspection time once again. Have an epic stream. True, Sean. Have a good night. Thanks for sticking around and hanging out, man. Enjoy the rest of your night. Sweet dreams and good cuddles for you, good sir. Hopefully the cats are kind to your blankets. Just kill this guy right now. What happens if I find Martin and I just kill Martin? Does that fuck everything up if I just kill Martin? Can I do that? Manual of Spellcraft. Martin is an essential NPC. So I figured. A Fundamentals of Alchemy. Can I actually gain any knowledge by reading these? The Firmament. Oh, this is all about the gods. A game at dinner. Wait for day and the people will come downstairs. Can I sleep? Like I need to go sleep somewhere so I can get my stats up. So I guess I have to find the inn.
Hi.
You join the guild, you can sleep there. Oh, okay, so then I just wait? Like 9?
What?
How goes it?
Fantastic. Thanks for...
A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Athragar of the Mages Guild. How can I serve? Are you interested in joining? You'll need to talk to Tikius then. Otherwise, just talk to the head of any of the local guild halls. Knowledge is the key to success in any endeavor.
The assassinations. What else is there to talk about?
If you hotkey the
Perfectly
torch,
planned
you
and
can
executed.
unequip it quicker.
The blade's perfectly.
Wait. With this? Okay, I'm just getting used to how this system works. There. I have turn undead? When did I get turn undead?
I just don't think about it. The Elder Council will take care of things, sooner or later.
I'm Carmen Litta. Perhaps you know my husband, Alberic Litta, the Mages Guild sorcerer. What can I do for you? I wanted to get a little practice in with my sword, so I headed to the Fighters Guild. Turns
Also,
out
that
you
guy
have to
sold
be a
spells?
member to train there. Stop talking.
A
What
pleasure to
spells
make your...
he sell? Purchasing
Let's
spells.
do business.
Skill is too low level for conjuring. Don't have enough magicka. Yeah, I literally can't get anything.
Goodbye.
I am Alberic Litter of the Mages Guild. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. Can I interest you in some of my wares?
Darn. Kinda a narrow selection. Shingrid Guild is probably what you want. Well, I mean... I like summons. But, like, I have 99 gold. Right? Like, I can't afford anything. I can afford bound gauntlets.
Take care.
But
Hi there.
What's
getting
going
a
on
summon
with you?
could be goated. Yeah, I need to sell shit, though. Can I sell shit? Where can I sell shit?
Greetings, citizen. Is there something I can do for you? Are you perhaps interested in joining the Mages Guild? Well then, it's no small matter. Membership in the guild is quite an honor.
Guy I'm watching
but
has a
also
dagger with 1% of
responsibility.
killing anything, so
Do you
he
wish
just
to
saves
join the guild?
scums. Lol.
Very well. You are now an associate of the Mages Guild. The full guild hall is now available for your use. You'll need a recommendation from each local guild hall in order to advance further. Until then, the Arcane University will be closed to you. Welcome to the guild, and good luck to you. The Arcane University is the seat of the Mages Guild in Cyrodiil.
He's Canadian too. For some reason, 90% of people I watch on here are Canadian. Nice, Eggy. We're taking over.
It's good that you've joined one of our local organizations. It helps you make the right connections. We're all better off now that necromancy has been banned from the guild.
I guess maybe it's the weather.
It's just safer that way. I'm afraid I can't just write one out of hand. That would be against protocols, you see. If perhaps you can clear up a small matter involving Irana, You can prove your loyalty to the guild and earn my recommendation. She and I have
Oh
an
shit,
unpleasant history.
Amy baby!
She does not care for guild regulations.
I don't know
and
why the
errantly
announcement
believes
is so
I
quiet.
am misusing my powers. I have seen that she is in town. Though she has not approached me, I know she wants something.
How's it going? How is the stream? Welcome, everyone. We're
Determine
playing
what she's
Oblivion.
after and how we may be rid of her. I do not want her here, spreading her lies. I see no reason to talk to you. Make haste. I wish to be rid of her as soon as possible.
Excuse me. My name is Angama. Can I help you?
Hey, how's it going? How is the stream? How are you?
Have a look around. You won't find better
Okay,
prices
let's see
in
if I
all
can
Tamriel.
sell some shit. I knew these tomatoes would be worth something.
A fine transaction. You've made a good bit of gold.
But not quite enough. So we won't take any of that stuff. I mean, we made enough money.
Come again. Good day.
Maybe someone else around here will do it. Hope you have an amazing stream. I'm way past my bedtime. Yeah, no worries, Amy babies. Have a good night. Thanks for the raid. Take care.
Hello there.
I am Albert. I'm willing to teach if you're willing to learn.
Okay.
Bye. What? What can I interest you in?
Could we afford... So we need the scamp, but we don't have enough money yet.
Be seeing you.
Okay, let's go get some more money. Then let's buy the scamp. I think that'd be really good to have. Just need somewhere where I can sell my armor. I need like the blacksmith or something like that. Well, I don't see any signs of what's a blacksmith here. I mean, this is target practice here. Fighters Guild. There's a blacksmith in town closer to the gate. Okay.
Good to see.
Closer to the front gate. Not sure which gate.
When I am in a getting lost competition and my opponent hasn't played Oblivion before.
Well, here's a bookstore, but that's not what I want.
Hello, I don't think we've met. Are you new in town? Likewise.
At least he hasn't jumped off a bridge yet.
Someone new. Welcome. I'm sure my mother would be glad to meet you as well. My mother owns Northern Goods and Trade in Coral. All I heard is that she's looking for some sort of book. You'll have to talk to her if you want to know more.
Why are the NPCs like frozen in place? It's so
I think
weird.
we're in for some hard times. The death of Uriel Septim and his heirs changes everything. Be seeing you.
But I mean, I understand.
What is it now?
Okay, blacksmith. Direction. Right here. Okay, I see it now. Why are the NPCs so submissive and breedable? Because it's a 2006 game. Back when they made hot babes. Like me. Why am I continuously moving backwards? Hands, guys. I don't know what's going on. Okay, we're backing into the door and we're loading. Maybe I was holding down something? Let me out. Seen some funny memes about Weinstein would never have cast these ugly woke actresses. True, it's like this would have never happened in his era. Or Epstein's.
Hello, I'm Rashida, the smith, and this is Fire and Steel. Quality armor and weapons, repairs too. What can I do for you? Armor, weapons, I have it all. How may I help you? You drive a hard bargain. A good price for an excellent bargain. You got a great deal.
That's 170. I knew I should have kept arrows. Okay, we have money now. 413.
A pleasure to serve you.
Oh.
Farewell.
Serve me, bitch.
How can I help? Fighters' good presence here in town.
Have you ever been interested in joining the Mages Guild?
I think we're in for some hard time.
How do you
What
do?
is it, associate?
What's going on with you?
I saw a mud crab a couple of days ago. Ugly little animals.
Well, at least they're slow and not too bright.
I'm Contumalori.
No, that's not
Farewell.
that's not the right
Good
person.
day.
Where's the
Well met.
dude? Where's the dude and his wife?
Have you
and-
ever been interested in joining the Mages Guild?
I'll join your Mages Guild, Mom. Mom's Guild. Mom's Guild of Cages. Mom's Guild of Mages. Where all my dommy mommies are. Okay, I don't know where these people are. I don't know where the guy is to sell the book. Fuck me.
What do you want? Bye.
How do you do?
It's not this old guy. It's the other dude.
What is it, associate?
I'm looking for the fucking the dude in my chick in my fucking my wig and my fur, my gadoomader. A doomader, a fur, a wop, a din. Okay, whatever. Let's just sleep and level up. I'm off on a holiday, bros. I'll be back on Tuesday, probs. Love ya. Alright, Eggy, sounds good, man. You're not gonna miss much. It's gonna be a piece of shit stream all the time, like it always is, so don't worry. You're not gonna miss anything important. But we'll see you then. Maybe ASL will be out and we'll be back to StarCraft before you know it. Wow, these aren't still stealing? I'm taking these. Says it's not stealing. You've ascended to level 2! You realize that all your life you've been coasting along as if you were in a dream. Suddenly facing the trials of the last few days, you've come alive. Okay. That's not what I want. The hell did I get up here? Where the hell do I get out? Oh. Alchemy doodads. Alchemy is a great skill to level. There he is,
Go ahead,
Albrecht.
please.
You're the guy. Purchase
Have a look at my wares.
spells. Scam.
I'm sure there's something to suit you. Come back and see me again.
What is it,
Take care.
associate?
Wait, I have cold magic? Wait, what? Wait, did I already have these? I guess I already had these. Wait, what's this? Ancestor Guardian? Okay, there. And that'll be cold touch. Okay, let's not do this inside of the city. So we don't, you know, hit someone and get arrested.
They say that the priests and priestesses of the Chapel of Dibella have all been murdered. No one even knows who did it.
Apparently, no one has any idea
Okay.
who did it.
How do I do this quest with this bitch, though? Speak to find out why she's in
Servants
quarrel.
of Dibella, slaughtered on the very altar of love. Truly shocking.
Ah, yes. You are a guild mage, are you not? Yet different from the others. Yes, this is good. There's a small matter with which you may be able to assist. It's nothing worth involving your guild in, I assure you. Best if kept just between us, yes? So, what say you? Excellent. It's a simple task, really. All you need to do is fetch a book for me. The book is entitled Fingers of the Mountain. It is of no use to you. You won't be able to read it. I, however, can, and would very much like to. You'll find it at an old ruin called Cloud Top. It's north of Coral, up in the mountains. I'm afraid I don't have an exact location. Return it to me immediately when you have it. Make no mention of it to Tychius or anyone else in your guild. I will make it well worth your effort.
By the gods!
Indeed.
Have you ever been interested in joining the Mages Guild?
I mean, I don't know why she wouldn't think I would just not immediately go to the dude.
What is it, associate? What can I do for you? What? Not only does it exist, but she knows where it is? Well, this is unacceptable. That book needs to be in the safekeeping of the guild. I trust that as a member of the guild, you would do the right thing and acquire this text before Irana does. Are we clear? Ignore her request. Go to this place she has described and return with the book. This is far more important than any petty squabble. Should you go looking for it, I hope that it would be for the sole purpose of bringing it here.
Sure, yeah.
Make haste. I wish to be rid of Irana as soon as possible.
Why? I'm starting to get the feeling this guy's the bad guy, but then again, she was very adamantly like, help me out. Don't tell them, don't tell them, don't tell them. We're doing everything behind their back. Don't tell them. I'm like, okay, bud. Whatever you say, bro. It is what it is.
They say that when you murder someone, the Dark Brotherhood comes to you in your sleep.
Oh, more shit about the Dark Brotherhood. So I gotta go north. So I gotta go to the north gate.
I'm waiting for that.
No quests. Yeah, so this is... Alright, adventure time, guys. Let's go. Alright, not exactly what I was expecting, but... Touch spells require to be in touch distance. Yeah. Ancestor Guardian. I can. Oh, I was gonna be like, oh, I can have them both, but no. But that's okay. It's really far fucking north. Holy shit. Oh, shit. That person got fucked up. I thought I'd have to go through like a dungeon or something. No, this is just the name, this is just the location. Alright. No one needs to know I'm sneaking off with the book on my own. Why would I ever give it to them? I'm just piecing the fuck out.
Well met. What's new with you? I ran into some goblins in the woods not long ago. Looking for action? Nasty. Think about the Fighters Guild.
Get my recommendation out of the way.
Go ahead, please. You found the book? My trust in you was well placed, it seems. Hand it over, if you please. Ah, yes, this is indeed the correct book. You've not been able to open it, I presume. Then all is well. You have shown yourself worthy of the guild, and for that I thank you. You shall have the recommendation you need. Now, I must ensure this book is kept safe. Excuse me.
Alright, let's go find Martin. I gotta redo this shit though. Free to be scamp.
Things to you.
What?
What's new with you?
They say syndicates of wizards have led a boycott of Imperial goods in the land of the Altar.
What do you want, Ashborn?
Holy fuck, that's far away, dude. That's like really far away. Oh, I should definitely go to wait, can I just should go there. So I can just like fast travel anywhere? I don't have to discover it? Alright then. I'm down for that. Fast travel to any city or anywhere you've been. Okay, I thought you had to go to the city first. Like in Elden Ring. And getting a bonfire.
Come on, run while there's still time. The guard still holds the road, but it's only a matter of time before they're overwhelmed.
By what?
God's blood. You don't know, do you? Daedra overran Kvatch last night. There were glowing portals outside the walls, gates to Oblivion itself. There was a huge creature, something out of a nightmare, came right over the walls, blasting fire that swarmed around it, killing. Go and see for yourself. Kvatch is a smoking ruin. We're all that's left. Do you understand me? Everyone else is dead. It was Savli and Matthias. Some of the other guards helped some of us escape. They cut their way out, right through the city gates. Savlian says they can hold the road. No, I don't believe him. Nothing can stop them. If you'd seen it, you'd know. I'm getting out of here before it's too late. They'll be here any minute, I'm telling you. Run when you can.
Pussy. Where's my torch? Okay, this looks bad. Yeah, this definitely looks bad. Okay. Okay, looking really bad right now. Looking really bad. Like, what the Gold Coast. More like the Crimson Coast.
Stand back, civilian. This is no place for you. Get back to the encampment at once. Lost the damn city. That's what happened. It was too much. Too fast. We were overwhelmed. Couldn't even get everyone out. There are still people trapped in there. Some made it to the chapel, but others were just run down in the streets. The Count and his men are still holed up in the castle. And now we can't even get back into the city to help them. That damned Oblivion gate blocking the way. The only thing we can do, we'll try to hold our ground, that's what. If we can't hold this barricade, those beasts could march right down and overrun the encampment.
True.
I have to try and protect the few civilians that are left. It's all I can do now. You mean the priest? Last I saw him, he was leading a group towards the chapel of Akatosh. If he's lucky, he's trapped in there with the rest of them. At least safe for the moment. If he's not. Some kind of portal to Oblivion. The enemy used them to attack the city. They appeared outside the walls and Daedra poured out. They've opened one right in front of the city gates. Until that gate is closed, the best I can do is try to hold these barricades. You want to help? You're kidding, right? If you're serious, maybe I can put you to use. It'll likely mean your death, though. Are you sure? I don't know how to close this gate, but it must be possible, because the enemy closed the ones they opened during the initial attack. You can see the marks on the ground where they were, with the great gate right in the middle. I sent men into the gate to see if they could find a way to shut it. They haven't come back. If you can get in there, find out what happened to them. If they're alive, help them finish the job. If not, see what you can do on your own. The best I can say is good luck. If you make it back alive, we'll be waiting for you. My home! My goddamn home in flames! It kills me that I can't get in there and do something! We couldn't have been any less prepared for this. Seems like they came out of nowhere. There were just so many of them. If only I had a way to strike back at the enemy. But we can't leave the barricade until that Oblivion gate is closed.
True. We can't carry on the game until I've had it towed.
Good luck. It's a brave thing you're doing.
This ends here!
This ends here!
Where's the thing I was attacking? Oh shit. I lost my pet.
Thank the Nine. I never thought I'd see another friendly face. The others... taken... They were taken to the tower. Captain Matthias sent us in to try and close the gate. We were ambushed, trapped, and picked off. I managed to escape, but the others are strewn across the bridge. We took Minion off to the big tower. You've got to save him. I'm getting out of here. The captain is still holding the barricade. I figured I was the last one left alive. All right. I'll try to get out of here and let the captain know what's going on.
Ow. Not quite sure what I'm supposed to do. I'm getting so disoriented. I have no idea where I'm supposed to go. Figure it out. You're supposed to be a little lost. Makes sense. I mean, as long as they're monsters that I'm killing, it means that I haven't been here before, right? No. Tree's gonna be the death of me. Okay, well, I'm on the other side of the gate, but I don't know what that means. That's how you mage, boys. Okay, okay. This looks promising. This looks promising. Remora. Lesser Daedra.
Today I will use fireballs on a hell denizen.
True. Daedra Heart. Don't actually know if they resist just intuition. I mean, they live in an area that's full of fire. You'd think they'd be resistant to fire at least a little bit. Isn't that where we came from? Maybe I have to do that on all of the towers? Oh, here's another room. I'll be raiding in a bit. Sounds good, Muffin. Okay, don't think that helped. Okay, well, why are these things back on now? Fountain needs time to replenish its energies. Oh, I thought I was turning shit off. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like I need to get in there. That has to be the way to go, right? It's the only thing that makes sense. You can't get... I've been everywhere. It has to be inside of this tower somehow. Oh, shit. Good job. Gotta be something else in here. Okay, I figured that would happen, but I had to try it. I had to try it, okay? And this just goes down the other side, back to the beginning again. So it's not like there's any other secret passages that I could find here. And then you go into the blood feast. And there's nothing here. Oh my god, I totally missed this door. I'm a fucking idiot. Everything looks the same. Fuck me. I mean, I looked the part, right? Okay. Okay. Whoa. Don't look down, don't look down, don't look down. Oh god, don't look down.
Over here! Quickly!
Oh shit. I almost fucking died. Corpse Masher. Ah. Okay, yeah, I see. I see it now. So what the fuck am I supposed to do here? I guess there's nothing here? Wait. No, I just went back to. I don't understand.
In the cage, over here.
Oh, I have to go up? Oh man, I'm retarded.
You should not be here, mortal. Your blood is forfeit. Your flesh is mine. Feel this.
Oh!
In the cage, over here.
Ow! Something else. Damn, that scamp is dominating.
Quickly, there's no time. You must get to the top of the large tower. The sigil keep, they call it. That's what keeps the Oblivion gate open. Find the sigil stone, remove it, and the gate will close. Hurry! The keeper has the key. You must get the key.
So I just leave him here? Same for this door? Or, sorry, this door. Okay, so this is just, Random loot. Well. Is this irrelevant? Okay, guess it's not this one. No, I just gotta be sure. Wait, where the fuck does this go then? Wait, what? Now I'm just confused. This is back where I came from. I've been watching close enough to give directions, even if you wanted them. Well, I'm like, isn't this the top of the tower? Isn't this the highest we go? No, I never went through here, apparently. Someone started talking and I said, fuck that. Was I supposed to kill someone down there? I don't know who was speaking and who was about to say words when I just... Or it sounded like words. Oh, maybe it was him. The churl. Okay, so there's this one, but there's also this one. I think this is the other one on the other side. Just again, I have to make sure. Okay, this portal isn't active. Who's where doing what? Who's where doing what? Who's where doing what? Oops. Did you just destroy my thing? Bitch, that's right, run from me, motherfucker, you don't know what I am. Dremora Mace. Ooh. I'm still over encumbered? Still over encumbered. I know it's a mace, but I only have 5 more to get rid of. The potions weigh less than their ingredients. Oh yeah, that's right. That's a thing, right? Where you like craft your ingredients when you're over encumbered. Oh shit. Guys, did I do it? If you just make some potions, you'll lose some weight, yeah. I'm a gamer, guys. I'm a gamer. Hey guys, guess what? I did this. See all this death and destruction? It was me. You see this face? It was me all along. Anyways, I think we're gonna call it there, guys. Oh, it was a good day today. We had some funs, we had some good goods, and it is what it is, right? I gotta go make some steak and fucking watch some more Asmongold. But thanks for sticking around, thanks for hanging out, thanks for watching me take out my first Oblivion gate. It's good shit. And as always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Hey, who we raiding today, boys? Get here. Come on. Something about it just does. The game was like, yeah, no. Okay, there we go. Now it's finally closing. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Muffin said he was raiding us, but we're fucking raiding him, guys. Because he's never on when I'm done. Because he always raids me earlier. This is good shit.